College in collaboration with Avila University, Kansas, Missouri, and St. Peter's University, New Jersey, USA. I welcome you all to the 12th International Conference on Cognitive Computing, a Disruptive Technology.
Prayer, indeed, is the key to the morning and the bolt of the evening that bestows peace and fortitude. Now, let's pledge to uphold the spirit of our institution, its values, and the pursuit of knowledge. I welcome Shravan, Dhanushri, and Nityashri for the prayer song. I request everyone to raise up for the prayer.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणाधीताय गुणाधीक्षाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you all.
The power of lighting a lamp invokes the fire of truth. I now request all the distinguished guests to join us for lighting the lamp. Thank you for illuminating the path that dispels ignorance and brings forth understanding.
Small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast. It is our privilege to invite the most vibrant leader of Shri Krishna Arts and Science College, our dear principal, Dr. R. Jagajeevan, to welcome the gathering.
The chief guest of the day, Dr. Kasturi Venkateshwaran, Senior Scientist, NASA. Dr. Devnath Paul, Professor, Computational and Data Science, IISc Bangalore. Dr. Shiva Prasad, Registrar Retired, IIT Madras. Dr. Manju Bansal, Honorary Scientist Retired, INSA, Department of Molecular Biophysics, IISc Bangalore. Dr. Sharat Kumar Jagannathan, Microsoft Coordinator and Assistant Professor, St. Peter's University, and also guests who are going to join us virtually, and our beloved CEO, principals of sister institutions, deans and heads from various Sri Krishna institutions, corporate and academic delegates, Team SKAC, student friends, and friends from media. A very happy and auspicious morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the 12th International Conference on Cognitive Computing, a Disruptive Technology. We have Dr. Kasturi Venkateshwaran and other 14 eminent speakers addressing the gathering on various subjects like biotechnology, computer science, electronics and allied fields, and psychology. It is a lot of disruption happening in all science fields, especially in the 4 fields I just mentioned. I also take this opportunity to thank our beloved Madam Chairperson and our trustee, Mr. Aditya, for all the support, motivation, and appreciation. I would quickly present a small glimpses of certain things that is happening in the four fields. That is, as of biotechnology is concerned, it is valued at 137 billion business as of 2023 is concerned, and it is also targeted to reach about 150 billion by 2025 and 300 billion by 2030. We had about 50 biotech startups about 8 to 9 years. Now we have around 6,000 biotech firms, which is getting queued up for a lot of things. As of computer science is concerned, the share of IT BPM sector in the GDP of India is about 7.4% for the financial year 21-22, and it is estimated that US dollar 245 billion in 22-23 and also 51 billion by 23-24. Lot of things happening in IT, and I'm very happy and proud that as India, we had made progress in every trending thing in IT. As of electronics is concerned, a lot of trending things happening. The GDP contribution of electronics is about 2.7%, where IoT, 3D printing, era of predictive maintenance, augmented and virtual reality, next generation manufacturing, everything is getting queued up for the next level. As of psychology is concerned, the growing demand for mental health services and increased awareness of mindfulness among people has led to the rise of psychology field. Psychologists are playing in the role of economics by influencing people. People are more likely to want something if it is scarce and more likely to make a decision if they see that other people are making the same decision, which is what is influenced by the psychology. Lot of traditional things that happen in psychology, the traditional psychological fields like clinical psychology, counseling psychology, educational psychology, and etc., where now we have modern divisions of psychology, which is like neuropsychology, coaching psychology in sports, environmental psychology, animal and pet psychology. And of course, AI-driven therapists and chatbots are being used to provide mental health support, which we never even thought of about a couple of years back. With so many things happening in the field of science, it is astonishing to note every minute is dynamic and every second or another exploration is happening. As we embark on this journey into the future, let us remember that the true measure of our success lies not only in the sophistication of our technology, but in their ability to improve lives and uphold community. Thank you all once again for this opportunity extended. I once again welcome you all, and I'm excited to witness the groundbreaking ideas and innovations that will be presented by the experts and delegates to be witnessed by all of us, and we are going to experience the incredible future that lies ahead. Have a great learning, have a great day. Welcome you all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and informative welcome.
Innovation is born at the intersection of disruption and imagination. Let us embrace and explore the uncharted territories of possibility. I take this opportunity to welcome our energetic Dean, Dr. K.S. Jean Marcelin, Computer Science and Mathematics, to present the conference theme.
The only way to discover the limits of the possible is to go beyond them into the impossible. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before the jubileous gathering to present today's conference theme. As we gather to explore the transformative power of cognitive computing, it is essential to reflect on the profound impact of this disruptive technology in our lives, industries, and society at large. Cognitive computing, with its ability to mimic human thought processes and learn from data, is revolutionizing how we approach complex problems, makes decisions, and reflect with technology. In today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, few innovations hold the promise of transforming industries and revolutionizing the way we interact with information, like cognitive computing. As we stand on the precipice of a new era driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning, the potential of cognitive computing to disrupt traditional paradigms is undeniable. This 12th International Conference on Cognitive Computing, a Disruptive Technology, explores the multifaceted dimensions of cognitive computing as a disruptive technology and its implications across various sectors. As organizations seek to stay ahead in the increasing competitive landscape, cognitive computing emerges as a key enabler of intelligent automation, driving efficiency, productivity, and innovation across industries. This conference serves as a platform for professionals and researchers to delve into the disruptive impact of cognitive computing on business processes, workforce dynamics, and customer experiences. This conference brings together leaders, innovators, and experts to explore the disruptive potential of cognitive computing in driving digital transformation across sectors. From personalized healthcare and predictive analytics to autonomous vehicles and smart cities, cognitive computing is poised to redefine the future of work, business, and society. Join us as we explore into the latest advancements, case studies, and future trends in cognitive computing and uncover how this transformative technology is reshaping the way we work, learn, and live. The era of cognitive computing is upon us, bringing with it endless possibilities and opportunities for innovation. With this note, let's set the tone to discuss and inspire collective exploration and of cognitive computing. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing the conference theme with a clear focus and directions for our discussions.
We are delighted and proud to announce the release of the conference proceedings of 12th International Conference on Cognitive Computing, a Disruptive Technology. We invite the dignitaries on the dais to release the proceedings that features contributions from researchers, industry experts, and practitioners in the field of cognitive computing. Thank you, dignitaries.
A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. One such leader is our beloved CEO, Dr. K. Sundararaman Sir, Sri Krishna Institutions. Sir, we are honored to invite you to deliver the presidential address.
Most respected Chief Guest for the inauguration, Dr. Kasturi Venkateswaran, respected resource persons, Dr. Siva Prasad, the registrar and my close friend from IIT Madras, Mr. Manju Bansal, Mr. Devnath Pai from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Dr. Sarath Kumar Jagannathan from St. Peter's University, Jersey City in New York, and host of people who are going to join, including Dr. Balakrishnan Adiman, who is on its way, who is the head of supercomputing of Earth Science from New Delhi, who is also joining us for the valedictory function, Dr. M. Sabarimalai Manigandan, who is from IIT Palakkad, head of the department, from Dr. S.R. Balasundaram, professor of computer applications in NIT Trichy, and my close friends, Dr. Jim Burkey, and Dr. Bonato from US, who are now watching this session from there, and Dr. Abigali Lambika, who will be joining shortly online. See, though it is a 12th International Conference for Krishna Arts and Science College, but it's the third joint conference is what we are having here. Before the pandemic, we started the joint conference. The first conference we started with the help of jointly organized by Clayton State University and Krishna Arts and Science College in our campus. And this is actually biannual, that is once in 2 years. And after 2 years, we organized one more conference at Atlanta with the help of 3 universities. One, Krishna Arts and Science College, VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology, and Clayton State University. And that conference was held in Atlanta. We all went there. from both the places we went there. We conducted the conference. The proceedings were published, and more than 35 papers of our faculty were published there. During the pandemic, everything went out of control, so we could not conduct any conference. And a lot of realignment has to be done. So last year when I went to US, first I went to Avila University and met the president of the Avila University, Dr. Jim Burkey, and renewed our agreement with Avila University and told him that we are going to have a joint conference this year with your help. They readily agreed. Based on his reference, I went to Jersey City and spent one day with Dr. Frederick Bonato, the provost of the St. Peter's University. And we had a lengthy discussion with the president and all the deans of that university. And finally, we have signed an MOU with them. The content of the MOUs are our students will be going and pursuing their higher education. In fact, this year, there are about 20 students from Krishna Arts going to Avila, and about 7 students are going to St. Peter's University after completing their degree program. Apart from that, half-semester abroad program also we have promoted. About 30 students are going, around 30, I'm not sure about the number, because the visa process is on, going to Avila University and pursue half semester and get the necessary credits and come back and pursue their education here. We are planning to invite the faculty of these 2 universities to come in summer and take 2 credit course in our college, which we have been doing before pandemic. Now after pandemic, we are planning to invite them here. This is the second part of our agreement. The third part of our agreement is the joint publications. Joint research programs by all these universities will enable our faculty members to publish in international journals, research projects. We have already done 4 or 5 publications. We want to increase it now with more universities joining us. The next is most important thing is every year we'll have a joint conference. One in India, one in abroad. Suppose if I'm going to conduct it in India here, they will conduct it next year. So next year we are planning to have it in Kansas City. Maybe year after next year we'll have it in St. Peter's. Likewise, we'll have a joint conference where we will take our faculty, we'll sponsor them, and then they will go and attend this, so they'll have a much better exposure. That is the aim of this particular agreement. Now, as the chief executive of the whole institution, not only Krishna Arts and Science College, we are going to extend this particular facility to engineering colleges also. So most probably we will be signing an agreement with both, because the St. Peter's, I heard, is very good in data science. I had a very detailed discussion with them when I was there. So for BE data science students doing their MS program, it's a 1-year program. So we are going to sign an agreement with St. Peter's for data science, so that our students can complete it and immediately they go. In Avila, if you're doing a BE here, they are planning to organize certain infrastructure and tailor-made courses for our BE students for MBA program. Because most of the MBA programs in US are online programs or distance education. So they need not have to come to college and attend. But now that won't suit our students. So the Avila president has promised me that he is planning to have classes in campus for our students to attend their MBA program from next year. When our students go there, they'll be attending classes in campus, and also facilities, like for example, the stay arrangements, and even the restrooms will be of Indian style there. He's planning, he started working on it, and food. There will be an Indian kitchen available in the Avila for Indian students to eat. And most important thing is, he is preparing a cricket ground for our students to play. So he want to make it very homely. Now he came here and twice, and then we had a discussion, and he saw how we are functioning, and we want to bridge the culture between the two colleges or two states, two countries, so that they will also feel homely when they go there. The advantage of this agreement is that a student who completes a postgraduate or graduate program, we call it a graduate program there, they will do 1 year OPT is compulsory, but 3-year OPT is optional. That means they give you 3 years after completing 1 year program in MS, you can work for 3 years. 1 year OPT is compulsory to get a degree. But 2 more years you can extend, so 3 years. After 3 years, you decide whether you want to stay there or come back and take up your business or take up your employment in India, or you want to stay there, everything you can decide. So this is a guarantee which we are giving. We have also established a very good department here for visa processing. And one good thing I can tell you is that we have sent already about 50 students abroad. Not even one single visa has been rejected when we processed it. Not that we are doing something great, but we do as per the requirement, visa requirement. We know the visa requirement. I myself have met the consulate at Chennai and had a discussion with US consulate, and then we know how we should prepare. So only students who are eligible to get a visa, we send them. Not that we send all the students. So we go through their background, we go through their credentials, we go through their scores, credits, and how much the CGPA they have got, and whether they have passed IELTS or TOEFL, what is the TOEFL score, and after that only we recommend them to these universities. We take a lot of care in that. And also the financial background. How to prepare a financial document, everything. Our visa department here in this college is specialized in this. And even faculty also, we got number of visa now. In fact, Avila is planning to invite on faculty for 6 months to go and work there and then come back. We have also told Avila, you send one faculty for 6 months, we'll pay. So likewise, faculty exchange is also going to start now. So this is a very special occasion today. I'm ending up here because this particular day, we have some traffic disruption because our great Prime Minister is coming to Coimbatore. So we may have to cut short certain things and complete it by 4:30 so that all of you can reach home safely. That we will take care of it, don't worry about it. So I am happy that we have started this program. This has been planned long time back, 3 months back. And when I heard that Dr. Kasturi Venkatesaran is going to be here on 16th, then I planned this day on 18th. I requested him to stay one more day and inaugurate this particular program. He is from California, that is Caltech, California Institute of Technology from Los Angeles, one of the world-renowned university, technological university in the top ranks here, and he is heading the NASA laboratory there. And of course, fortunately for us, he is from Congo region. He is from Erode. That is the advantage for us. So I really thank him for staying back for one more day and inaugurating this particular conference, international conference. Thank you all. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Your visionary insights have inspired us to push the boundaries of innovation.
In the digital era, distance fades, but connection thrives. We convene virtually with two eminent personalities today, Dr. Jim Berkey, Avila University, Kansas City, USA, and Dr. Frederick Bonito, Provost, St. Peter's University, USA, to install the power of cognitive computing through their words.
Greetings, friends in Coimbatore, India, from Kansas City, USA, and your friends on the other side of the globe at Avila University. Madam Manoravidi, Managing Trustee, and Principal Dr. Jagajivan, I send you personal greetings, our deepest thanks, and our support for hosting this important conference. I also send our respect and admiration for organizing and facilitating a conference on this important and timely topic. The best universities engage with the cultures around them, and they provide forums for dialogue, debate, exploration, and scientific discovery. And this conference, this subject at this time, is one such example of what the best universities do. So thank you. Cognitive computing, artificial intelligence, is already having a disruptive influence and impact in our field, that of higher education. Faculty members around the world debate the merits and pitfalls of student use of AI in the classroom, while cognitive computing is increasingly utilized in everything from college admissions to student support and success. Operationally, AI is utilized to streamline operations and find new efficiencies. But this is not the first time that we've seen technology disrupt society, or to see vast debate on its potentials and dangers. 2,500 years ago, Socrates warned of the dangers of the written word. He was concerned that it would weaken the human mind and lead to forgetfulness. 2,000 years later, it was the printing press. In recent years, cell phone technology and the internet. Each of these technologies promise to expand human cognition, human capacity, and human capability, or to weaken the human mind, or both. The topics presented at this conference touch on just a few of the areas in which cognitive computing is disrupting and transforming industry and society. Meteorology, nuclear technology, biology, even education. Across the spectrum, in just a few years, this emerging technology is changing life perhaps faster than we are able to adapt. So thank you for providing a forum to explore and discuss these important issues. I salute the academics participating in this program for offering their research and expertise, and I look forward to learning more from your findings and your perspectives. And to my friends in the leadership at Sri Krishna, we honor you for your foresightedness in organizing and hosting this important and valuable event. Thank you all.
Thank you, and that was a remarkable talk in his absence. Now I request the virtual talk of Dr. Frederick Bonito.
Greetings. On behalf of St. Peter's University, it's my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to the 12th International Conference on Cognitive Computing, where you're all gathered to explore a frontier of relatively new disruptive technology. As you embark on this intellectual journey, it is with great pride that I acknowledge one of our own esteemed professors, Dr. Sharaf, for his invaluable contributions to the field of data science. We're honored to have him here participating in this year's conference, showcasing the depth and expertise and innovation within our institution. And I'm honored now to extend this welcome to all of you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our co-sponsors, Sri Krishna Arts and Science College and Avila University, for their generous support and collaboration, which has made this event possible. As you convene here today, I am filled with anticipation for the exchange of ideas, the forging of new connections, and the exploration of groundbreaking advancements in cognitive computing. May this conference be a resounding success, inspiring us all with its insights and paving the way for a future filled with limitless possibilities. I invite all attendees to explore St. Peter's University, most notably our Data Science Institute. We're located in Jersey City, New Jersey, right across the Hudson River from Manhattan in New York City. We welcome you to visit and experience firsthand the vibrant intellectual community that thrives within our institution. Thank you, and I wish you the very best for the conference ahead.
And that was a remarkable talk.
Find a group of people to challenge and inspire you. Spend a lot of time with them, and it will change your life. And yes, today we have one such elite personality, Dr. Debnath Paul, Professor, IISc Bangalore. Let me take a minute or two to introduce our chief guest. He is a researcher primarily devoted to the area of computational biology and bioinformatics. He is a professor and convener of the Biomolecular Computational Laboratory at the Department of Computational and Data Sciences, IIS Bangalore. Sir, we invite you for the special address on computational science and computational biology. Beforehand, I request the principal, Dr. Jagajeevan Sir, to present the bouquet to Dr. Debnath Paul as a token of our love. Sir, we invite you for the special address on computational science and computational biology. On to you, sir.
Good morning to one and all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank the organizers for inviting me to this event. I must thank them that they have caught me very early, right 3 months ahead, and they had asked me to come to this conference, and at that time I did not know what this conference was all about, and they said that it's about computing. But I didn't know what kind of conference this was until very recently when I was sent the brochure, and the topic was I have to speak on cognitive science and computational biology. So as we all know, and it has already been espoused, that we are living in an exciting time, and there is a breakthrough very often, and we are grappling with the changes. So in my talk today, I have only 20 minutes. So in my talk today, I will try to give you my perspective on what the field is heading towards, and a little bit on what we are trying to do, okay? So let's begin with Can we change the slide, please? First slide. Yeah. So computational biology and cognitive science, these are two interdisciplinary subjects, each of them, vast and expansive. While computational biology pervades, every sphere where life science is involved, cognitive science is more focused. As you can see, cognitive science focuses on processes of brain and study of mind. And we are interested in different associated subjects like linguistics, psychology, philosophy, anthropology, and AI, okay? In contrast, computational biology focuses on systems, genetics.
Okay, so that you can go there and come back. Okay. It'll be better for you. Packet load.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Volume.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. So we can see that the two interdisciplinary subjects, are there independently, and they are expansive in their own, areas. The goal of neuroscience or cognitive science is to basically understand mechanisms, whereas computational biology provides the methods to analyze the data, the prediction, and the design experiments. So you can say that computational biology is a very important part to understand cognitive science. This conference is about cognitive computing and its disruption. So we will see that how people are trying to understand the cognitive aspects of the brain and how these models are being studied. So let's begin with the intersection. So where do computational biology and cognitive science come together? So they are divided into several domains. So first, let's look at the first one, which is the fundamental one. It's neural modeling. So as we know that our brain is made up of neurons, right? Hundreds, thousands, and billions of neurons are there in the brain. So as a child, we have few neurons. And as the brain grows, the number of neurons increase. And the power of our brain expands as the neurons make more and more connections. So the fundamental study of the brain starts with the neural modeling. So the arrow suggests that as we go down, we study more holistic behaviors. So then we study the brain function through modeling of behavior. So the origins of which we are trying to understand. So this is on the functional aspect, how the brain functions. When we try to look the other way, what are the elements that support these activities? Okay, we are going from the bottom up. So we have genomics and cognitive genomics, where we study the elements of the brain, that are building up the system. Okay, so currently, extensive work is being done on genes, genomes, and the fundamental molecular elements that make up the brain. And the connections that are there, they are studied through the systems biology of brain. So there are very ambitious projects that are going around all the world to study these aspects. And the most prevalent is the brain imaging analysis. So there are various kinds of technologies like EEG, functional MRI, which are routinely used to understand the activities. So what they do is that they integrate different domains and try to understand the functionalities. So on one side, for example, if you have the neural model, the other side you have the connectomics. So what does it mean? So you take a monkey and you do, say, EEG on its brain, and then you ask or draw its attention to various, cues, right? You give it a food, you scare it with something, and you will see its brain lights up. And people are trying to understand which part of the brain gets activated or deactivated when certain cues are given. So a fundamental structure, the functional elements in the brain are being mapped. So on one side, you're going bottom up by trying to understand every layer of the brain by imaging it, by doing chemistry at the various cross sections. On the other hand, you're trying to do functional experiments to see which parts of those brains are responsible for which activity. Okay. Now, why are we doing this? The reason is that we still don't understand how the memory is, stored in our brain. Okay, we know about the digital memory, right? It's a string of ones and zeros, and we know that these strings and ones and zeros gives us some kind of pattern. Each pattern has certain meaning. We do some operations, and we get some output, right? So that's the processing. But in our brain, when we see something, we hear something, how does it get stored? So our brain is made up of matters, specific proteins, specific molecules. But how are they organized? And what kind of patterns do they make? What are these chemical patterns? So this is still not known. And I think the day we know how this is organized, how this memory is, stored, I think we would make a, huge breakthrough. Another important aspect about the human brain is that it is multidimensional. When we look at the memory that we stored in computer devices, these are essentially 2D devices, right? So there are layers of silicon on which you etch, and you have gates where you store these data points. And these are thinly layered by layer they're built up, so that now in a single disk you can store 100 terabytes of data. But this is all 2D, which means that information is simply packed in 2D. But in brain, the information can go any dimension, right? Which means it's not 2D. I mean, from where it comes, how it goes, it's all connected. Okay, although we do have, sub areas of the brain like the hippocampus and other areas, which specializes in certain, functional aspects. But within these areas, whether the information will flow unidirectionally within a certain, segment, or it will flow in all directions. So these are still not known. And I think there's a lot to be learned how these are organized in the brain. And data science, computer science, people who do computing have a lot to work in these areas. Then there are other aspects of investigation. These are called phenomenological investigation, where you do brain imaging and you do computational modeling of behavior. So this field has reached some maturity. So much so now people with Parkinson's disease, when they are given deep brain stimulation, they are recovering. So Parkinson's, if you get Parkinson's disease and lose your neuromotor, efficiency, then doctors are now able to stimulate certain parts of your brain. These are called deep brain stimulation, poking the electrodes inside. And after a while, you can regain your neuromotor activity. So there are haptic devices also. So these are aids. So by doing these functional studies, we do understand which parts of the brain are doing what kind of work. But there is still a lot more to be learned. Okay? And I think this is a very exciting area. Another way that is being used to learn about neuroscience or cognitive science is through diseases. So how genes and cognition are related. So we get some disease, and then we try to find out, which gene has gone bad, due to which we are losing some activity, right? So people are trying to find out, in Alzheimer's, in attention deficit disorder. So there is some example cases how you will get a certain disorder that involves your brain, and what genes are defective. Whether there is a correlation between these genes and the disorder, and what are the important elements in this. So as you know, we have now learned a lot of, have a lot of understanding about Alzheimer's and so about dementia. But still, Alzheimer's is still not curable. We are trying to see how it can be cured. One of the reasons being that it's just not the gene, but the environment also that is responsible for the diseases. For example, Alzheimer's, the onset is only when you get old, right? So this has got to related with aging. So if you have to probably cure, probably you have to get a little bit younger, right? So then it involves also to knowing about what the entire system does, so what other elements in this cognition have been impaired. So as you can see, the brain being a very complex organ has multiple elements that work together. And as we know that the most exciting application that we currently love is the artificial intelligence that is said to mimic the brain through attention mechanisms, through deep nets, diffusion networks, adversarial perturbation, and so on and so forth. Okay. So in our lab, we also work on computing. So this computing is a little bit different. This is on the hardware. Okay, so this is not my own work. I work in collaboration. So I will show you a few slides on that because this conference is about disruptive technologies, and most of you are exposed to softwares or applications or approaches, functional approaches to understand cognition. But in computing also, you can embed hardware designs where cognitive concepts can be implemented. Okay. And when we build such hardware, then you can rest assured that the artificial intelligence that you are trying to do now will be even better achieved. Okay. So how this work is very frontier and cutting edge, and we will be coming up with the hardware very soon. So you'll get to hear from the publications or the press releases. So what is it that we are doing? Okay, so last few slides, since I have less time, covers the work that we are doing in our lab. So what we do is we are developing an accelerator which has a completely different design and is inspired by how brain works. Okay, so brain-inspired computation. So here, like in the brain, you can see that there is something called a PE, or a processing element. So in a computer, you know the CPU is there, right? The CPU is a processing element. So what does the CPU does? It takes in some input and it does some calculations and it gives the output. Okay, so this is typically a binary kind of a Boolean kind of a work that it does. So in the real world, when nothing is happening, is no input, so your processor is idle. Okay, so in the architecture that we have built, so we also have what are called processing elements, and they're connected by interconnects, which is called network on chip, NOC. Okay, so these are connected, which means that if something is processed, then it can be transferred to the adjacent processor, and then it will do something and can get transferred to another processor. Okay, so a network similar to this is there. So now, when data comes, okay, a certain processing element gets activated. Okay, so this is in contrast with the current paradigm of computing, which is based on instruction. So you have compilers. All of you know about compilers, right? So which means that if data comes, the compiler knows what to process. If you give it the different data, it does not know what to process. So there are two kinds of paradigms. One is instruction-based, one is data-based. So this kind of paradigm we are implementing are called data-based paradigms. So the task comes, then a certain processing element gets activated. So based on whichever processing element gets activated, it will then independently, recruit other processing elements. Okay, so input dependent task activated. So that is what is going to happen. So once it happens, then how much it must tune its interconnect to achieve the task efficiently, that is the next step that is required, right? If you want to achieve the tasks, which means a set of clustered processing elements must quickly pass on the information among each other so that the end task, the end readout that is being looked at is achieved fast. So then input dependent interconnect tuning. If needed, Then you can also recruit processing elements. And finally, there is an input-dependent process element integration. So that improves the efficiency. So how do you think that we can suddenly, some cues come and we are able to react? That's a reflexive action, right? So we have reflexive action, we have reflective action. So in reflexive action, we are able to recruit additional power inside our brain to be able to respond quickly, reduce the latency of response. So this kind of architecture is what we are trying to build. So what gaps are we filling? So classical computing, you do binary computing, which is essentially number crunching because it's a digital processing. It's a structure support, rule-based reasoning. And then you have a constant repetition of well-defined instructions. So if you look at a normal programming paradigm, even if it's object-oriented, you will have a set of instructions, conditional statements, loop statements, some variables that are constantly being fed, and some output is being achieved, right? In bio-inspired computing, it's improving pattern recognition by integration of high-dimensional data. So it's data-driven. Robustness to damaged PE, which means one process element, if it is not functioning, it's not returning results as soon as it is expected to, then there's another processing element which can be incorporated. Ability to handle vague and incomplete information. So current difficulty with many of the applications that we have is that we do not have enough data, but we want results out of them, right? So the computer cannot give. So, but in this kind of architecture, it is possible to optimize inference from those data as well. Data-driven training and adapting for improved analysis based on experience. So more and more the processor gets acquainted with the data it handles, it will optimize its configuration so that you can get best out of it. So this is an example that has been implemented and is given to Safran. It's the planes fly, autopilot, right? Which means the pilot essentially does nothing. He sits and the plane is run by the machine. Now, we still do have accidents, and the reason we have accidents is because sometimes one sensor or a few sensors malfunction, and there is no way to figure out, that there is an error and respond adequately. So in a single frame, we can have what is called system on chip. Okay, so the brain is being mimicked on a system on chip. So as you can see on the back side, so each of these square boxes is basically equivalent to one neuron. And then you can see a small, black colored thing. That's a network on chip. So that's the connector. Okay, that's the synapse. So on this fabric, you can locate different modules that does different tasks. And these can talk with each other. Not only that, if a certain task needs more compute, then it will take more processing power from the adjacent empty cells. And then it will improve its efficiency. So what does it do? It improves safety, runtime monitoring. Now you can integrate more and more redundancy. You can have several such elements. If one fails, another will still work. Security, spatial and temporal isolations, which means that you will not have processes that clash with each other. Availability, runtime reprovisioning of resources. Okay, so in case some processing is needed extensively, you can adapt to it. Reactive control, which means extremely fast response. Low power, lightweight. Okay, so these are elements you have in your brain. You don't need megawatts of power for computing that we need currently for data science. So if such kind of chips can be built, then AI, ML applications can be done very cheaply. This is my last slide. So I have rubbed out the trade name for the work that we are doing. I've just said our work. So we have compared the performance of various architectures. Okay, so one architecture is general purpose processors. One is graphic processing units. One is field programmable gate arrays and custom hardware. So if you are aware of computers, so you will know about the CPUs, you would know of the GPUs. NVIDIA is making a lot of waves these days, so you must know about GPUs. And then there are something called FPGAs. Okay, so these are all accelerators, which means that these take compute and they do it faster. And why they do it faster? Because the processes can be parallelized. But not all processes can be done in parallel. There are some processes which need to talk to each other before they can take decisions. So these are called graph-based processes. So they're interdependent. Okay. So we have benchmark on data parallel and graph-based algorithms, which means there the processes need to talk to each other. For example, if you do juggling, so the juggling requires you to coordinate your hand in a certain way so that the balls can come to your hand in a coordinated fashion. It cannot be done independently. The task cannot be achieved. So such kind of interdependent process can be very well adapted to these hardwares, and if you are able to do that, then we'll be able to mimic the cognitive aspects of computing in a very disruptive manner. Okay. So I have revealed the slides in a manner you can assess how each of these categories performs. So in terms of performance, which means how many computations you can do per second, which is called a flip-flop. So it is as good as the custom hardware. In terms of scalability, which means if you were doing one task and you want to do similar tasks many times, so that is also, it ranks very well. It is reconfigurable, which means it can co-opt processing elements from its neighbors and improve its performance, customizability, and ease of use and power. So it kind of tries to get you an ideal situation. So this is the kind of work that we are doing in our lab currently. This is supported by Government of India, and we hope to roll out the integrated circuit chip next year or maybe late this year. So I hope you'll get to hear about it from the press and read up what we have achieved and how we can now do AI/ML more efficiently on these systems. So these are new systems that are being built in India, and these are blue sky and done entirely in India. There's no foreign collaboration here, and it's homegrown Indian Institute of Science product. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the stage for what promises to be engaging and thought-provoking session.
With courage on our compass and determination as a guide, let us journey forth knowing that together we can shape a brighter tomorrow.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our chief guest, a person with profound knowledge, Dr. Kasturi Venkateswaran sir. Dr. Kasturi Venkateswaran sir is the senior research scientist at NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory and supports biotechnology and planetary protection group. His 42 plus years of research encompass marine, food, and environmental microbiology.
I request our beloved CEO, sir, to honor our chief guest with a bouquet as a token of our love. I request our beloved CEO, sir, to honor a chief guest with a bouquet as a token of our love.
Sir, we invite you to the podium for the inaugural address.
Hello? Your turn. Please, please. It's better to sit there. Thank you very much. And it is really refreshing that half of the crowd is women. I'm really great that Sri Krishna Institution is doing something good to promote the education of the women, which is very, very important for India to go to next phase. So, and also faculty are more here, women, and thankful for the management for that. So that is one of the things that in my class for masters, only one woman and 47 boys were there. And now, education is important for all of you girls, and the sky is the limit for you, okay? There is nothing that is going to stop you. Okay, before the slides coming up, I wanted to, say a few things. So one is, I left India in 1986, but all my undergraduation, everything in Erode, from the, elementary school to, bachelor degree of zoology. Obviously, even though I was able to get, good marks in PUC, now it is +2, but I was not able to get into my dream job, the medical science, because of the corruption. I didn't have money to pay for the donation. Okay. But my brother was a strong supporter of me and my mom. Until they are opening up, I'm going to speak differently. Is it already there? So open the PowerPoint. The slide here. I'm seeing the slide there. I'm seeing that there. That I'm not able to see here. Nama? Right? Your என்ன பண்றது? Yeah, this is the one to open. Okay. Then can I leave it here? Can I take this here so I can see? Can you bring it, keep it here? There is the one on the left side most corner. If we leave the laptop here, that's fine, I think. That's fine, leave it. ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க இங்கே வந்துடும். ஒரு பாயிண்ட் தானே? இதா? இங்கே இருக்கு இதா? Okay, somebody screaming. That I think if you switch off all the lights, that would be better. But there may be some video. I'll be asking you to operate the video there, okay? Because you need a light, huh? Is it okay? Is it fine? Okay. Anyway, so I told you that when I was studying my undergraduation in Erode, only one college was there, Chickenacre College. There was nothing else. But now we have more educational institutions. That's why education is going everywhere. I'm very happy because population is exploding. Educational institution is also coming up. So we are all the middle class having access to the thing. So what I'm trying to say is dream big. Everything you can achieve, okay? So here I am from the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I left the country '86 and right now I am almost at the edge of my retirement. So for the past few years, 5-6 years, I am working on giving back to my mother country. So I started this space biology program in India, started Indian Institute of Science since 2018. And there are some online courses going on. Space biology, it may be a new field. It is a branch of astrobiology that is looking life in other planets, okay? So looking life in other planets, that is one of the biggest vision of NASA. Think about this particular thing, it is 1996, it flown to Mars. This is the rover. All these three things are rover. Flown to Mars, which is just 11 kilogram size, of which the science payload is less than 600 gram. So with 600 gram of the science payload, what you can do? Only you can go and then take a selfie and come back. Okay? So this has been evolved since 1996 to the next level. This is Phoenix lander, which was landing on the north pole of Mars to look the different seismic activities and other things. What's happening in the North Pole is different from the equator, where normally they land and look for geographic and geology kind of stuff. But in 2020, this is MSL, Mars Science Lab, exactly similar rover is roving on the Mars right now, which is called Perseverance. And also we have a helicopter, Mars helicopter, which is called Ingenuity, is also there to get some information, okay? All these things are happening in our lab. I'm not an engineer. I don't even know how to change the fuse. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm not even, I'm not an engineer. That's the main thing I'm trying to say. But I'm a scientist. What scientists do, they simply think what can be done differently. How you are going to do that, how you are going to achieve your dream, you need the help of the engineers. 90% or even 95% of our people in JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratories and NASA institution, are engineers to make scientists' dreams come true. Unless you are asking question, you won't get realized. You don't need to do A to Z. First of all, think big. Okay? First of all, think big. So that is very important. Now, today, I'm going to talk about the micro stuff. The previous talk was macro stuff. How human body can be measured and then see how that can be functioning. Think about human body is not a human body without microbe. I'm not kidding. You have 4 to 5 log more microbial cell than human cell. Without microbe, you cannot breathe. Without microbe, you cannot eat. Without microbe, you cannot walk. It is almost like a party vaidyam. I'm not joking. Our grandfathers, grandparents, grandmother knows what are important that make your brain function right. Couple of examples I can tell. My own mother was actually never reveal what the remedy is, but she had a solution for scorpion bite, snake bite. When the person was taken in, I'm talking about 1960s, okay, not now. Now you take it and put it in MRI and then get the information and then do all the stuff. But in 1950s and 60s, when there is a snake bite, the nearby people bring the human to our house, and my mother restrict everybody in the house. We are a giant family, about 10 siblings. So we are in a giant family. That means how many people will be there, you know. Never she allow anybody to come to the kitchen because she has her own recipe. Go and then come and then put one single drop of whatever she made. And then scorpion bite person who was brought in by 4 people walk within few minutes. But that never actually documented. She is so adamant it should not be documented. If you document, this will not listen for the next time. Okay, that kind of thing. But now extensive research is happening, and that is telling microbes, tiny creatures, may be the one that you have some answers, if not all. But we are going one step beyond. Space. Are we alone? Or are we coming from Mars? Are all Martian? Did we evolve? But one thing that we have not implanted by somebody, for sure. It has been evolved. Around 4.2 billion years back, we got this different physical, chemical condition of the earth, but we are here. Biology formed around 4+ billion years back. It may be starting from the primitive molecule and then become a human few 100 million years back. Okay? But why are we going to Mars? To look for some biosignature. We may be able to learn something from there. Okay? That we can keep our mother earth better. So I'm from, as I already told you, I don't need to explain you. I'll give you some examples of Mars rover, and then space station, and then how the microbes will behave outside the space that can be exploited to your advantage. That is called space to your face. Some of these ladies, you may be interested in protecting your age, so you won't get aged ever. Okay? So some of the things that we were able to get that, and I will explain you those things. This is a video. Can you just play that? Yeah, right there. So this is the Mars 2020 rover video that is going on as we speak. How it is being drilled, how the material collected and stored. Still, we do not know how to bring the samples from Mars. We know how to land, we know how to explore, we can do in-situ exploration, but there is no launch pad in Mars. Okay? So these instruments and other things that you are seeing right now, this is a camera that was telling, hey, drill, go there and then try to put your tripod and then send the drill to drill around 10 to 20 centimeter, collect the core sample. Because we still don't have a sophisticated technology to get all those things inside to there. So right now we are collecting samples and putting it there. Tomorrow, the orbiter of the Mars may go and then send some helicopter kind of stuff, go and fetch, like an eagle, go and fetch these sampled things and come back. So these are the samples initially analyzed there with the gas chromatographer that is miniaturized and sent out to the space. And key sample steps are measure the volume, seal the sample, image at each steps, and move the tubes to storage. That's it. We don't know how to bring it back yet. Maybe in 2030 we will be getting the samples back from Mars. Okay? And this is how the sample tube and other things have to be set inside. All these things has to be appropriately cleaned, sterilized. Otherwise, you contaminate those things with the earth microbes and earth biosignature, and you will get confused whether it came from Venkat's lab or actually in Mars. So these are the technologies we are developing to get a better tubes that can be used to collect samples from other planets. Next, and I'll do this next. Can you do the same video? So this is, she was my student.
It's really important to
Yeah.
we send a rover that's clean
She was
and
my
we
student,
make sure that it
become
doesn't
my
contaminate.
manager later.
My name is Muti
All these
Stricker,
young
and I
ladies,
protect
don't
Mars
worry.
from Earth
If you
bacteria.
dream big,
The next
you
Mars
can
rover
become
is
a
slated to
leader
go to Mars,
tomorrow.
collect
Okay?
samples so that eventually
So
we can
this
bring
is
those
what you have
samples
seen.
back to Earth and determine for the very first time, did life exist on Mars? There's nothing that we can build that's sterile. So we take swabs and wipes of the
This is how we
spacecraft
collect
as
the
it's being
sample.
built.
That was
It
my
gets put in
lab.
an oven, it gets put in various chambers and clean rooms so that we can maintain that level of cleanliness. If we do find something on Mars, we have to make sure it's something that actually came from Mars and not something that hitched a ride. This is the place where the magic happens. Oh, it's definitely cool. In this lab, we look specifically at spores. So spores are those hardy microorganisms that can actually survive if it made it on the spacecraft in the journey through space, through the vacuum. It's very humbling to be a part of this big project because there are hundreds of people that have to come together and build a spacecraft. There's no one person that can say, I did this, I made this happen. It's always a we. I owe it all to Carl Sagan and watching the cosmos. I remember being a little kid, going to the public library and renting that VHS. And from that moment, the light bulb turned on. It actually was the start of my passion of science communication. We are citizens of our universe. We have to be good ambassadors when we are exploring other planets, other moons. So it's the right thing to do.
Good. So these are the work we do. Why do we collect and look for microbes? Those microbes that can go and tolerate in other planet. In other words, the interplanetary travel have some unique mechanism that can be exploited for our Mother Earth. Because after all, it is a taxpayer's money. NASA is a government thing, it is a taxpayer's money. You have to give back to the thing. How many of you are interested to look the benefit of the science that you are doing? All of us, no? You can say, hey, this is for my my grandchildren, and 100 years from now, humanities will be better. But it is better if you see them in your eye, right? So that's what we are going to explain you here a little bit. You have heard about so many biotics, probiotics, prebiotics, all this kind of thing, but this is called psychobiotics. What does that mean? The microbes that can help solve psychological phenomena. So that is what is called psychobiotic. It is a new name. Most of them are associated to the gut microbiota. It has been clearly told, I'm going to say it in Tamil, நீ சரியா சாப்பிட்டேனா தான் அது உனக்கு நன்மை விளைக்கும். இன்னைக்கு உணவை மருந்தா சாப்பிட்டீங்கன்னா நாளைக்கு மருந்த உணவா சாப்பிட வேண்டியதாக போயிடும், சரியா சாப்பிடலாம். Understand, all of you guys? I think you have to eat the food as a medicine now. If you miss, you have to eat medicine as a food. So all depends on what you are eating. That connects to so many things. Gut, brain. Microorganisms in the gut communicate with the brain through the gut-brain axis, a complex network involving direct and indirect pathways such as vagus nerve, immune system, and hormonal route. The other one is mental health. Already research suggests that gut microorganisms may affect mental health. For example, certain bacteria produce neurotransmitters like serotonin and GABA, which are known to regulate mood and anxiety. Dysbiosis or imbalances in gut bacteria has been linked to conditions such as depression, anxiety, and stress. One classic example I'll tell, it is called traveler's diarrhea. The people who are living in Japan, they live very, very, very in a clean environment. They are cleanophobia, you can think about it. Okay? Their children are not playing in the dirt, but when they travel from their country to the other country, immediately they get diarrhea. This is called traveler's diarrhea. But you and me, who are playing in the dirt, get your immune system going to adapt various different things, will be okay. So that's not I'm telling you eat the dirt, but you have to play the dirt to get immune system going for you. The other one is cognitive functions. As I said, some studies indicate that gut microbes can influence cognitive functions like even learning, memory, and decision making. Microbial interaction may play a part in the development and function of central nervous system, which we have already heard from the previous talk to Dr. Paul. Behavioral impact. The gut microbiome can affect host behavior as well. Based on my studies, they have shown that altering gut microbes can change behavioral pattern, which points to a potential connection between microbes and behavioral health in humans. Development contributions, therapeutical questions. So this is what I'm going to concentrate on, that understanding the relationship between microbes and brain function opens up potential new avenues for treating these disorders, right? This is the new science, microbes and human health, okay? I'm talking about space health, which is even new and futuristic. So one of the things that what we are doing here is, it is a complicated slide. First, you analyze the probiotics that is being produced by the gut microflora of human with the metagenomics. That means what kind of chemical compounds it is producing. Once you come to know what kind of chemical products, with the data science that the previous speaker told you, you can identify appropriate and stuff, and also it is not showing up, and also that you can label appropriately, and then that can be used as your metabolite to treat and then test on mice before it is being used as a personal probiotic. I said personal probiotic, which is very important. You and your sister may have a different gut microbiome. You may be healthy, the other person may not be healthy. Before this fecal transplant came into place and then for FDA approved, I'm talking about 10, 15 years back, there was a big incident. Accidentally, a person has actually artificially inducing the fecal microbiome to his wife. How did they do? The wife was having continuous diarrhea. She was on a diaper, even though she was younger, only 30 to 35 years old. Because of this disorder, she could not control anything, so always on the diaper. Okay? But the fecal microbiome of her husband actually given and then treated, because the gut microbiome played this role on the dysbiosis of this particular human. So that is one aspect that we know from the earth. But what we are doing is, we have thousands and thousands of bacteria isolated from space station, brought back. and then we have the whole genome of those things. Now we are developing a metabolome catalog. What kind of metabolites it is producing? It is the new department just started as space pharmacology, that is helping to look for these metabolites to see whether that can be used as a, labeled and the new probiotic that can be personalized to the human. How do you do that personalization? So if you are having some problem, you say healthy human, next to that is the person having the circadian rhythm. For example, you say you put him under bed rest, like a immune ICU place that you can see, immune compromised person, put it in a bed rest, and then collect those microbes and see what are the differences by inducing. That is another thing going on right now. That's one example. Second example, this is the potential probe that I was talking, and they collect the samples and then probe it, and then you can label it, and then from that label you can take that particular enzymes producing compound for bile production and other things that can be used. Okay? The second one is, objective one is happening on the earth, which is endocrine cardiometabolic risk subjects. The top one is the immunocompromised one. The bottom one is the healthy subject. Compare their metabolome, compare their microbiome, and then take the clinical lab examination. For example, continuous metadata generation. Now some people require the radiation, so before and after, collect their samples. After the radiation, collect the samples, which is a clinical trial going on, and from there see what are the microbiome difference, and then those data are available in NASA website called NASA Gene Lab. Anybody in the world can look into it and then look for those kind of difference. So these are the two futuristic things going on. I already told you, we want to know what our research is come to reality, right? So we collected all these materials, and for escape pathogen is nothing but Enterobacter, Staphylococcus, it's not C, it is K. Klebsiella, A for Acinetobacter, F for Pseudomonas, E for Enterobacter again. Okay, from basic science that we are doing, it has to apply for the health, otherwise you cannot really see what it is. One is, obviously, you can enhance the pathogen detection and also counter. Just asking question is not going to solve the problem. You have to come up with some countermeasure. Otherwise, your question cannot be realized. And then you can potentially predict these things with omics. Omics means gene-based analysis, genomics, protein-based analysis, proteomics, metabolites-based analysis, metabolomics kind of thing. Today I'm going to show you space to your face. I already told, because we have done several studies of this particular bacteria, several omics, and then found out of the world space to your face product. How did we develop? In the space station, you have vast real estate outside. You can exploit by taking appropriate science payload. You can put it outside for a certain amount of time in a controlled fashion, bring back, and then look for it. Okay? So here, as I said, basic science, you have to do the whole genome you have sequenced, and then you see whether it is resistant to various different things. The one that you are seeing on the top corner on the left side is the Mars simulation. You can simulate any space condition on the Earth except microgravity, okay, and galactic radiation, obviously. First, this microbe called Bacillus pumilus is not having some sort of radiation resistance, not universe, but specific to certain strain. Our repeated 20 years of work led to this particular strain called SAFR32. Normally, the spores are used at a certain dose to sterilize your water that you are drinking, which is 200 joules per meter square. But our little bug is good, surviving 2000 joules, even only 1 log reduction. Okay? Other comparatively pummeless strain with 80 cc can die off at 1000. Now, you have to set, that is UV 254, which is normally used to treat the surface sterilization. If any of you working on microbiology, you know that you are cleaning your laboratory first by the BSL level 2 cabinet by switching on the UV lamp and all the kind of stuff. That is surface sterilization. That's what is this, but that is UVC. We are lucky we have an ozone layer. The UV is not, CV is not penetrating through. We are experiencing UVA and B, which is 300 nanometer and above. Okay? But Martian UV is 200 meter, which is more harsher than 254, that is UVC biocidal, which is DNA break bond, that one. Okay? This one is put your samples on this appropriate folders. Okay? I think there's a problem with the battery. Anyway, sample holder, then various different sensors, temperature, this and that can be added into the thing to monitor. And then Martian atmosphere is 6 millibar. What does that mean? Here is 760. Okay? There it is 6 millibar. That atmosphere is not there. So that is why the UV rays are penetrating under the surface of the Mars. So you can pull the vacuum, okay, and then feed appropriate concentration of the atmosphere that experience in Mars, which is CO2 mainly. Then put it in a chamber, and then you can measure the UV vis as well as FTIR to measure what is the nanometer of the UV is going there. Again, this one in about, before you have seen 200 joules, but here in 2 minutes, all the microbes die. That's why red planet is not green. Red planet is green, barren. There is nothing there. Okay? But the bacteria, like what I am showing you, Bacillus pumilisa for 32 can survive 30 minutes. Somebody can ask, 30 minutes, okay. Extend to 60 minutes, that will also get killed. But think about it. When you are landing in Mars, within 30 minutes, you might get mixed with the Martian soil. It might not proliferate, but it survives ever. Hundreds of million years. Spores will not survive if the radiation is not penetrating. So, mix with soil. This is 1 day data, still it will not be completely killed. Now, you satisfied NASA that basic science done in the lab, now I want to take it to the space. You can think I'm in NASA, I can do all my science in space like a second. No. You have to prove why I'm taking it. Because 1 hour of astronaut time is equal to $1 million. Astronaut is not getting that much money, but NASA cost is 1 hour of an astronaut $1 million. That means you have to thoroughly do all the paperwork, all the basic science first before taking it to space. Now I showed all these things, so it convinced, and now I was able to take our things to the space. Okay, let me explain you this one. That is the space payload, which is about 2 meter high and roughly 1 meter wide. Okay, heavy. What that mean? It is going to space station, that is fine. It's not going to the Mars. If it is Mars, it's only 1 payload will be going, because that is not acceptable. So now I have 18 investigators having 18 different experiments going on in this one box that you are seeing there. If you are simulating things on the space UV, that is magnesium fluoride, you put that filter on top of that coupon, and then the UV more than 110 meter going through to hit the bacteria to see whether it is alive or not. If you completely close like this one, that means UV is protected, but space vacuum is there. So the one that I showed you, the one that first arrow showing is UV space. The one on the bottom is dark space. Now, if you want to simulate Martian conditions, because you cannot go to the Mars and come back right away, but space station 5 days is fine, okay? So they allow this kind of work to do it in space station first, then moon, then before go to the Mars kind of stuff. So this one is space station outside. So you can simulate by putting a different filters called suprafill, which is 200 nanometer and above radiation can penetrate through, and I already told it is 6 millibar. So you pull the, you don't need to pull anything here because already space vacuum, but you fill 6 millibar pressure in there with the Martian atmospheric condition. Flew February 2008 using STS-122 crew. And then this was kept it outside those yellow box, gold box that you are seeing. It's not working, sorry. The gold box you are seeing that is what astronauts had a spacewalk and then took it and put it there. And then exposed to 18 months, it's not 18 minutes, 18 months exposed to outside the space station, brought back to our lab, and then given the sample. First you look at morphologically how that is. The one on the bottom left is 1.5 years, which is 18 months of the ground control, which has a beautiful spore-like structure. And then also the structure is not damaged, but less number of spores that you can see, that is possible, okay? But think about these things that you are seeing, the aluminum flake and other things, this is a metal, and some may be hiding. This is what, think about, the rover has a wheel. Some of these microbes may be stuck to those different geometrical surfaces, okay, which are not exposed to these conditions, exposed to the radiation conditions, right? So these were published and the genome said no issues, nothing mutated, okay? Genome level, in a global level we are talking about, okay? But phenotypically, you bring it back and then reintroduce and re-expose to the 254, twice more resistant than the one kept on the ground. The one previous one I was showing for the spores. Spores cannot be maintained, it cannot become a product. You need a growing cells to get enough quantity of the metabolites that you wanted to do. Another experiment means then product development means you need a vegetative cells. Yeah, in vegetative cells, 200 joules or so, the control die off, but 900 joules still there, which is unheard of. 25 joules are the one that is needed to kill all the vegetative cells in the water that is being used right now. But this is highly resistant, 25 joules to 200 joules, even the control one, but the one that returned back, 900 joules, okay? Now, the proteomics. Proteome is nothing but what are the things expressed in a product, okay? You guys may be learning soon, biotechnology students, maybe research scholars who are here, maybe learning about those expression versus gene presence, okay? Gene presence is a skeleton. Think about that way. Protein are something that you have the muscle, okay? You and me are having the same structure of the bone, but the muscles are different. If you're active, you are different. So those dark space 40T5 is differentially expressed, either down-regulated or up-regulated, which is important. So we went through all the things taken together. Functional assays demonstrated that the activities of TCA cycle, which is very important in energy metabolism, things were decreased. It knows that at certain conditions, unfavorable condition, it has to shed certain things. Otherwise, it can, if it is active and moving, it will die quickly, right? Now, that was the product become, that was the metabolites become a product. This went to space by these guys, spacewalk, and then put it outside, and in this particular space payload I was talking about, that become a kind of anti-aging compound, and it is being produced right now. But is NASA doing this? No, we are not allowed to do this product development. But we, as a NASA scientists, patented that bacteria and then given the technology transfer to the other companies to promote the economy, and then they come up with the clinical trial and other things to show that it helps to restore the dark spots, dullness, and wrinkles of human being. You ladies have to check out it. It's very expensive, but if you are making it here with your own technology, with your own science, you can become a billionaire, okay? Anyway, am I a billionaire? No, I won't get it. I will get royalty to some extent, but not everything. And this is nothing but, hyaluronic acid. But some of the faculty may be knowing what is this. This is their every cosmetic product that you are using it right now. This morning you apply to your face. It is the same product, but this one is not toxic to the human cell. That's one, because it's a biological product. Number two, it is not only this hyaluronic acid, but also other unknown stuffs are also there. So this I'm going to, the future I already told about it. This was possible because of the big team. These are the postdocs that worked with me. These are the students, including some of them are Indian students, worked with me. And then plenty of people as an investigator joined with me. As a talk is not going to fulfill without asking some question from the audience. Otherwise I feel something, I'm just telling something and going. I want at least one person get inspired to ask me a question, what is going on here? If all of you are not asking question, that means I explained to you very well. Now I'm going to pinpoint and ask you a question. So better ask a question. If you have a time. So he gave 5 minutes. So especially I want a student to ask question. Any question is not a dumb question that leads to something. Please ask question. Do you have a running mic? Somebody has to give the mic to the person. Otherwise I will pinpoint any one of you, please. You may be a lucky draw winner if you are not asking question. Faculty is asking, but I need at least one question from the student, that to a women student if it is possible. Go ahead. Please tell your name and your field.
Sir, I am Dr. A. Alagar Sami, Head of the Department of Social Work, sir. Sir, you have said about space health, sir. I want to know more details about space health. Is an area for study or for your research in NASA? That question I'm here posting you, sir.
Good, very, very good question. Is it open to public? And yes, the question is, are you able to get connected with this, NASA to do this kind of space science? Number one, yes. Work with individually to the investigators like me. There are so many people are there. You can get connected. Manikandan is also connecting with me here. And then contact with me. We can develop a MOU. And then from there we can exchange the cultures. The one that I have not already placed in the public. There are a lot of things that are already placed. This SAFR 32 is already placed in there. But whatever you do without our knowledge, you come to know and you develop a product, then it becomes mine. So it is better to connect with me first. Yes, those things are available. It is not only NASA. We will be able to do it together. Not only US, it can be done anywhere. Okay, student, girls. Okay, I'm going to count rows because you are not asking question. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4th one row, and then 5th person. You ask some question. Whatever you know. Whatever you know. What did you learn? Because you didn't ask question means you know everything, right? What did you learn? What did you learn? What's your name? What you are doing?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vaishali from 2nd MSCSS.
What is your background? MSc?
MSc Software Systems.
Software system, okay.
Which inspired you to take this field and why are you working on this field, sir, especially?
Amazing question. So as I said, I wanted to get into a medical school, and due to some corruption and other things, I was not able to pay my donations or bribe or whatever you call to the politicians. Okay, so I joined as a zoologist, and my family and myself wants to have a doctor in front of me, so I get into the PhD. So during the PhD, I started marine microbiology. I was fascinated with the marine microbiology. I was the proud first Tamilian who went down to 3,000 meter. And then deep sea, and also able to go to the deep space. No, I didn't go, my samples came from deep space. So anything in between, deep sea to deep space, anything in between is fascinating. So microbial cultures, tiny creatures are I'm not questioning the computer science. Computer science are needed as a predictive tool. Unless you have the real raw material, you cannot validate what you are predicting. So that's what pulled me into this. Microbial detection from deep sea, food microbiology, then deep space astrobiology. All the places I was doing microbes. But I work with efficient collaborators who can help me to realize my dream. Any other question? Now, boys. See, if one hat thrown by somebody, the all other hats is coming out. Tell your name and other.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Srinishant, first BSc Data Science. My question is a general space exploration question, sir. It's very general. What can we expect in our lifetime as humans? What can we see in space exploration by 2040 or 2050?
Space exploration?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. One thing is we may be able to come up with an answer, are we alone? Did we come from Mars? How did the Martian life, if at all had, perished? So these may be able to get answered by 2040. Because 2030 or so samples are coming back, because right now the Martian exploration is based on the meteorites, the one that showered onto the earth. But when it is coming into showered onto the earth, you go and collect, it might get contaminated. You do not know whether it is from Mars or it get from the earth or whatever. But now you are going to get the pristine sample. With that you come to know whether it is there. Next step is Jupiter moon, Europa, which is icy world. Okay, that's what I was talking the other day with the Krishna College about life in extreme. So about 2.5 miles down, which is roughly 4 kilometers down, you have brine solution going in Europa moon, not Europe. Europa, it's called Europa moon. Around the thickness is 2 to 3 miles, deeper. So we have similar things happening in Antarctica. So we were able to develop technology to drill, collect samples are there to compare. So similar technology will be using it there. So those are the possible realistic answers you may get by 2040. But you have to come to my grave to show the data, okay? You know what I mean? I may not live 2040, but who knows? This microbiome analysis and other things make us live for 150 years. But I don't want to live 150 years unless I am walking.
So you're saying that human colonization may not be possible in our lifetime?
Who said? What is your lifetime? That is the main question. Think about 2 years back. You don't have a smartphone. Now you cannot go to bed without calling your girlfriend saying, hey, good night, right? Otherwise next day she will break up with you.
It's right, sir.
Same. The technology is faster, unimaginable. Before you were saying, I don't have a phone to contact you, and I'll ask your faculty members, they might have struggled where my husband is there kind of thing, But now you cannot escape. You cannot say, I don't have a data. She will immediately get into the place where the data is available, why you are not having it. So it is going to be possible, for sure.
Can we also go to Titan, sir?
Yeah, Titan has already been imagined all these images has been taken, and we also landed one small you know lander, did some in situ analysis about methane and other things, came back. Likewise, the Titan. You guys are very informative. I'm amazed that this question. Anybody else?
A final question, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
Could there be a methane-based life form in Titan?
Anything possible. We do not know yet, but right now what we are thinking about is a carbon-based science, a carbon-based life, but we do not know whether methane-based life that walks. There may be. I don't
Okay,
know.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Any last question? Even faculty can ask. Here in front.
Good morning, sir. I am Abhinaya from first BSc Data Science. I have a doubt. It is something I'm curious about. You could have used the microbes for something else. Why did you choose to use it on a facial thing?
Yeah, you can do it
Especially-
so many different things. As I said, I have tens of thousands of microbes. I have given you an example that become a product and it is being sold in India. Madhuri Dixit is the PR. So all these things connecting to you guys, that's why I took this an example. And we have an antidepressant compound. We have a cancer therapeutic compound that is differentially expressed from space. He gave me only 30 minutes to talk. I'm already 40 minutes now.
Thank you, sir.
Already.
We do not remember days, we remember moments.
Thank
And
you.
one such moment has been captured here.
Thanks
Be
a lot.
happy to present the moment.
He will accompany you now. Now, due to some pressure in traffic regulation, we are combining the second session and the third session together so that we can have at a stretch both the sessions now. I request Dr. Siva Prasad, Registrar, former Registrar of IIT Madras, and our great friend and our advisor to come to stage. Along with him, Dr. Manju Bansal is a scientist, honorary scientist of INSA, Department of Molecular Biophysics, IIC Bangalore, also to come to stage. We also request, Sunita, please call. I also request Dr. Sarath Kumar Jagannathan, who has come from Jersey City, New York, from St. Peter's University, to participate in this conference.
I request our beloved CEO, sir, to honor the guest, Dr. Shiva Prasad, retired registrar, IIT Madras.
I request CEO sir to honor the distinguished guest, Dr. Manju Belsar, INSA IIC Bangalore.
I also request sir to honor Dr. Sharath Kumar Jagannathan, Microsoft Coordinator and Assistant Professor, St. Peter's University, USA.
Now the session will be presided over by Dr. Sunita and Dr. Manikandan.
Very good morning. Computing in Industry 0. We will also explore the impact of AI on education from personalized learning to adaptive platforms. Join us as we unveil the potential of human-machine collaboration in shaping our future.
Thank you, ma'am. It is with great pleasure that I welcome Dr. Shivaprasad Sir, the Distinguished Registrar Emeritus of IIT Madras, to share his insights on cognitive computing in Industry 5.0.
Next one. Good. Morning we had 2 lectures, very intensively on cognitive computing related with the biology and the nature, etc. And of course, always we look for the scientists and the physicists develop some theory on how to make use of for day to day is what engineer's job is. One scientist may develop one principle, but hundreds of engineers are required to make use of that science to bring into reality for the human needs. That is what my job is. Cognitive computing, how we make use of in day-to-day life. That is what the industry should do, and how do you bring it to the industry. So cognitive cognitive systems are based on the cognition and cognitive. Both of them put together we are bringing into a system. As we see, generally referred to systems, process that involves cognition, which is a set of mental process. Already our people have explained the cognitive is something to do with the mental process. That is what is the cognitive. So in the context of technology, artificial intelligence in terms of often used to describe systems, simulate and emulate human beings. We are all saying that the AI, what is that the AI is doing? Basic things are the neurons, as we have been told, and using the neurons, how the body is working, how the mind is working, bring into your computational system, that is the mathematical system. The artificial intelligence, as you see that the cognitive systems often fall under the AI in broadly. So then cognitive computing refers to a type of computing technology that aims to simulate human thought process. That is how you are thinking. Your system should be able to bring in that thought process. Cognitive systems are designed to solve the problems where humans solve the problem. I'm sorry, suddenly throat has gone out. Maybe got up at about 3 o'clock in the morning and not habituated, that has affected. When we say that how the humans are thinking, you should be able to program that requires reasoning, remembering. These are all what we do. Perception and then sensitivity, that is the touch. All these things are what is required, and they are required in the computer programming to do that. Adaptability, the human beings will be able to adapt to the situation, environment. adaptability, these systems will be able to enter new data situations. From the data, you will be able to adapt to the given environment. I'll give an example. Say, many times we hear the driverless cars, autonomous cars. Autonomous cars, how do they work? Suppose you program something, can it go 200 kilometers or 100 kilometers in the city or even outside? That means here, even though you program to travel in a particular direction, etc., but suddenly something may come there, an obstruction may come there. So it is taking the data, from the data of the obstruction, the program should change to deviate the way. So that is what is adaptability is to the environment, to the data you collect from the system. You should be able to adapt that. Natural language processing, cognitive computing systems are designed to understand and interpret language in the way that the humans understand. Data integration, cognitive systems can process and integrate data from various sources, including structured, unstructured data. When we say that the data sciences, people say structured data, unstructured data, and you wanted to analyze an economic system. So you get the data, it is fast changing, should be able to analyze the data and adapt to itself. The data integration has to come into the system when you try to develop the programs. Context awareness, cognitive computing system can take into account context to which they operate. The context is, suppose you have a particular word. That word meaning may change from context to context, from situation to situation. So in the same way here, the context awareness when you are processing, under what context you are doing it, and that context awareness should come. And integration is the cognitive systems can interact with the users more natural like human beings. So here the cognitive systems you have developed, and there are machines, and you should be able to interact with the machines, and these cognitive systems is what is expected in this. And once you say that the robotics, all of us know that the robots are working in several areas. Now without humans, we will be able to do which a human being cannot do, the environment, the robot can do. But it also requires a data from how the human being in that environment will work. If the field of robots, cognitive systems play a role in creating robots that can perceive their environment. Suppose you take a robot, fire extinguishing. It can go, a human being cannot go. Something is burning there in a building, a robot can go. But the robot, as you see the human being, you should be able to understand what is happening and take the decisions in which direction you have to go, from which direction the wind is coming, or which way the water is available. These are the things which the robots, similarly in the manufacturing system, you have the manufacturing system, unexpectedly another robot is coming because you have programmed it, you did not anticipate that kind of an environment. And the cognitive system programming should be able to understand what the other robots are doing, and it should be able to adapt itself. Cognitive assistance designed to assist in human beings, that is various tasks. As an example, I'd like to keep a nuclear power plant, a nuclear rod. So you cannot nuclear fuel. You will not be able to go into that and put it with your hand. A robot has to operate and keep it, and the person will be monitoring how these are working. And similarly, the latest one, where you are using this cognitive assistance is, you are doing this surgery, microsurgery, a brain surgery. And the brain surgery, the robot will help the doctor to go into a particular place looking at the X-ray. She knows where the fault is, and the robot will help, the cognitive assistance robot will help to go to a particular place and see that it is done in a micro level. The difference between AI and many people say that AI and the cognitive systems are same. Cognitive systems are different from AI, but AI is essential for a cognitive system. So let us see that. Machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, neural networks, these are very essential for AI. Many of them I am seeing is that the data science are working into the other areas. But today, it became essential, machine learning, deep learning, NLP, neural networks. If there are some engineering people, it is not for the computer scientists. Today, computer science is for everywhere. Medicine, it is required. Engineering, it is required. No more, it is the subject of computer science. Computer science is there, it is not meant for computer scientists, and every one of us should be able to learn computer science as you learn language. Machine learning, deep learning, rule-based systems, speech recognition, natural language processing, robotics, sentiment analysis in the cognitive systems. Sentiment analysis, sentiments only human beings have, but the systems do not have these sentiments. But you should be able to understand the sentiments based on the data. The sentiment analysis also is required. Features determines patterns in big data, debunks hidden data, delivers a solution to complex problems is what AI will do. Simulation of human thought process to assist users smarter decisions making. That is, you have the data as a human being will do. It should be able to analyze the data. The human thought process has to come into, that is where the cognitive computing will come. Purpose automates the process and augments human intelligence. So the cognitive systems will augment the human intelligence. So that is what is required. And industries, finance, healthcare, retail, security, manufacturing, etc. And here, healthcare, industrial sector, and customer services. So let us go into the industry. Now we know what it is. Where the industry, many people say that the industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Now everybody says that today we are in 4.0, looking for 5.0. To know about the 5.0, where we are applying, we should know in the steps. 18th century, we used to know for grinding, even our forefathers or grandmothers used to have two stones and one you turn it, and in between the grain will go and you will get the grain powder, isn't it? That is the production process. So today, the same production process, industrial revolution, industrial manufacturing with hydropower or the steam power, instead of hand grinding, the power came with wind. That means the wind is a turbine, wind turbine is running, and that is connected to, instead of you hand grinding it, it is coming to the grinding wheel, and then you are getting the powder. Similarly, people thought the hydropower can be used. Later on, the hydropower was used, and that was connected to the similar kind of a hand grinding machine, and that is how the things started working, the first mechanical things. And then the Industrial Revolution, beginning of the 20th century, introduced shared mass production with the help of electricity. Just now I told you the turbine, water turbine is there, water is pushing hydraulic turbines, and then it is producing the electricity instead of hand grinding or directly the power, that is the wind power or the hydraulic power. People started using the electrical power. That is, beginning of the 20th century, we can say that the electrical power is the basis for second industrial revolution. Third industrial revolution, it is related with the electronics and IT for enhanced automation. That is, electronics came. The electrical things have gone out, and today electronics have come. And the fourth industrial revolution, it is based on the cyber physical systems. Cyber physical systems are, the systems are operated by the communication, and from a distance you will be able to control them. Today we are at industry 4.0. That is, in the country, very few industries are actually running on the 4.0. We are far behind compared with some of the advanced countries, but all of us have to work in that direction to reach industry 4.0 and also catch up with industry 5.0. So let us look into the building blocks for the industry 4.0 is, You can see that an autonomous robots, as you see on the top, and the simulation, horizontal and vertical integration, industrial Internet of Things, cyber security, additive manufacturing, augmented reality, and big data analytics. So now, whether you call it as the big data, whether you call it as the virtual or augmented reality, or additive manufacturing, or cyber security, all these are the computer science subjects. But all these subjects are required in the industrial environment, and even the mechanical engineering, electrical engineering people should know about the basics, then only we will be able to integrate it. So as you could see that in the SM commitment to a comprehensive approach, as you could see, enterprise business system, and this is plant-wide, entrepreneur optimization, that is the production, and then supply chain management, optimization, sustainable, and agile and driven. So now let us go from here in detail what every one of them are. So assessment manufacturing, for smart manufacturing, SM relates to smart manufacturing. What is meant by smart? What is meant by smart? You say that the fellow is very smart. What is meant by fellow is very smart? He will be able to understand and reply very well, intelligent way. We can say that smart, not well-dressed is not smart. The smartness comes from the ability to understand and the ability to interact and also to answer. So it is in that way, manufacturing data analytics. People say that the data analytics, manufacturing data analytics is different from data analytics which you might be using as large data and analyze it. So you require mechanical engineering knowledge to data analytics of manufacturing. Robots and artificial intelligence, to build the robot or the artificial intelligence, a computer science person will not be able to do. A mechanical engineering person and electronic person know how he has built. And of course, we have to interact with the computer science person to get that artificial intelligence and embed it into it. Manufacturing automation, today automation is there everywhere without human being. The factory should run. I will be showing you maybe after some time a slide, a factory without human being. Digital clone and simulation, the 3D printing, you might have heard what is meant by 3D printing. If you would like to make a turbine blade, which is a rectangular section, it looks like that aerofoil section actually, and twisted, or complex gears, you might have seen automobile rear gear assembly, complex gears. And all this to make it is very difficult, now time consuming. With the 3D printing, we are able to do it with ease. I'm only taking some examples of mechanical engineering complex ops being manufactured. That is manufacturing IoT, Internet of Things already we know, industrial Internet of Things, IIoT. What is this IIoT? For all controls, you require the IoT. The IoT is the communication from one to the other. Now I am able to operate my slides standing from here. How is it possible? Infrared. It is going there and moving the slides. Similarly, in the manufacturing, you have to get information from several sources to know what to do. Industrial IoT. Cloud and plant cyber security. Cloud is the data which you store it on the normal system like this, 20 GB, 30 GB, or even more than that today, T is coming. This data may not be, capability may not be sufficient, and we have to use it elsewhere. That is the cloud. Cloud is nothing but storage of data in the unknown place. We are calling it as the cloud. It is not that the rain clouds are storing the data. The data normally we store it in a particular place in the college or maybe in the country. Now we do not know where it is stored. We are calling it as at a distant place. Cloud, augmented and virtual reality, and visual analytics, small batch manufacturing. These are the essential components for the smart manufacturing. So I have mentioned these things, I'll skip. cyber-physical systems, seamless integration of computational algorithms and physical components, Internet of Things, smart connected communities. That is what is required for the physical. Cyber-physical systems is engineered systems enabling capability, adaptability, scalability, resilience, safety, security, usability for exiting the simple embedded systems. That is where the CPS will come. So now whatever we are seeing in the computer science so-called subjects, these are all to be integrated with the mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering, why I'm telling is, even if you want to take electronics chip, even if you would like to see that the small robot or the vehicle was to be spent into Mars or Moon, you require the mechanical engineering principles and applications to do that. That is where all these have to be integrated. Industrial sectors, including the manufacturing, automotive, energy will transformed by such new value chain models in the process of industrial integration. Industry 4.0 reshape industrial organizations' enterprise architectures, leveraging existing ICT infrastructure and business process and create Industry 4.0 CPS capability. This is what is required is to go into what all is required in the computer science have to be integrated. Now, as indicated to you, it is a factory. Normally, when you go to factory, you see a lot of people working and machines working supported by manual labor, isn't it? But today, in this, you don't see many people except a few to see whether everything is going wrong, whether you have to switch off something or other. So in the next generation, what we are seeing is these are all the robots. Robots are being programmed to do a particular function in a large manufacturing plant. That is what you're calling it as the current day manufacturing using the cobots. Instead of robot, I would like to call that as the cobot. What is the cobot? Cobot is the term used for a collaborative robot. Collaborative and robot. With what it is collaborating? It is collaborating with the manual intelligence. And its machine is collaborating with the manual intelligence or human intelligence. We are calling that as the cobot. The cobot are intended to collaborate directly with the human workers. Then safety features have to be incorporated when you are designing the robot or the cobot. And user-friendly programming, as you have seen, the person is able to program to the given environment in a factory. It is not that I have programmed once for lifetime, it is over. It is not so. Depending upon the environment, you should be able to change the program. Depending upon the needs, you should be able to program, use the machine for a different operation. So many cobots feature intuitive interfaces that allows operators to teach the robot new tasks simply by guiding its movements. And adaptability, cobots should be able to adapt to the flexibility and adaptability. They can be quickly reconfigured to perform different tasks, making them suitable for small batch production, rapid changeovers, and a varied manufacturing process. Sensitivity, force, and touch. It should be able to sense any force in the opposite direction is coming. Touch is you should be able to feel with a small touch sensitivity. That sensitivity should come to robots. That is what is going on. Often actually with the force and the touch sensors, not the torque sensor, touch sensors, allowing them to sense and respond to external forces. This capability enables a safe and gentle interaction with the human workers. Payload capacity, today the cobot's payload capacity is very small, less than a kg. That is what is working. But in the times to come, I'm sure that the payload capacity will go up maybe a few kgs. A comparison with Industry 4.0, which is not working on the cognitive systems. And Industry 5.0 is expected to work with the cognitive systems. Let us see what is the difference between 4.0 and 5.0, which work with the cognitive. 5.0 retains elements of automation. Already whatever is there in 4.0, that will be there. And it shifts the focus towards human-machine collaboration. It recognizes the importance of human intelligence and creativity in conjunction with advanced technologies. And the human-centric approach places a strong emphasis on human-centric manufacturing. It envisions a collaborative environment where humans and machines work together, leveraging the unique strength of each. The aim is to create a more personalized and adaptable or production process. So here, the role of technology, while technology remains crucial, Industry 5.0 sees technology as an enabler for changing human capabilities. The human capabilities, we have the limitation. The systems also will quickly analyze and guide the human how better you will be able to do. That is the advantage or the role of technology in guiding the human being in doing the things in a better way. That is what is expected here. Builds an adaptability but places a greater emphasis on customization, envisions the production of highly customized and individual products with a human playing a key role in decision-making related customized things. That is what it is. And integration of artificial intelligence, AI continues to play a role, but Industry 5.0 goes beyond autonomous decision making to emphasize collaborative decision making. Whenever AI is there, normally we feel the system will decide what to do. It's not this system has to decide what to do. It has to help the human to take a decision. Otherwise, we'll become like a robot too. I think Chitti. We should not be like that. I'm worried about the future after 10 to 15 years. As you see that the hero, what is his name? Rajinikanth, and finally violates everything and he goes and shuts down that. I'm worried at some days whether we'll come to that AI integrated with that. That is how this human intelligence cannot be totally replaced by the artificial intelligence, and you should have a control on that. It should be a slave to you to do the work, but not you are the slave to. Cyber-physical systems, Industry 5.0 builds on cyber-physical systems, but adds a social dimension to that, focusing on integration and collaboration between the humans and the machines. So cognitive robots are manufactured, automated assembly production. Automated assembly is, today, assembly plant is totally replaced by the systems, that is the robots. So cognitive robots can be programmed to perform intricate assembly tasks. As I indicated to you, intricate assembly tasks. Human being will not be able to such an accurate movement. If I would like to move it by 5 microns and 10 microns, it is not possible human being movement to control it to 5 to 10 microns. Only robots can do. So that has to be controlled by the human being also. Quality control, if I'd like to say that the dimension is maybe 10 millimeters. 10 millimeters, it's not possible to manufacture. Always we give some tolerance of 10 millimeters plus 1 or 2 microns. Is it not possible to measure this dimension with a human being? And these are the ones which quality control, the cognitive systems by vision. You should be able to tell us whether it is within the dimensions or not. Then collaborative robots, cognitive robots can work along the human workers, collaborative manner. This already I have indicated to you, collaborative robots. Predictive maintenance, this is another important aspect, is the predictive maintenance. Today, your car, only when it breaks down, you go to the shop. Even for the cars, predictive maintenance systems are coming. So it will indicate to you, your fuel anyway, it will indicate to you when you come to 2 liters or 3 liters. In a similar way, depending on the vibration, depending on the temperature rise in particular areas, it will say that the bearing is likely to go or the crankshaft is likely to fail, and it will tell you the failure of a system, how long you will be able to run the system. I'm not telling only the car, in a big plants like a one, and how to estimate the life, remaining life of that, and when to replace. The cognitive systems are helping today in predictive maintenance. Supply chain is today people are planning for the refrigerator to put into their chip into your refrigerator, and the chip will see what is that it is exhausting in your refrigerator. You may put eggs, you may put bread, you may put vegetables, etc. It will identify and communicate to the manufacturer what is getting exhausted in your fridge, and from getting information from lakhs of fridges, he will get to know that, oh, this area X are going to shortage. He will replenish it. I'm giving you a thing which many of the young students will be able to understand. When you go into a larger system, you will be able to predict what is that it is required, the market requirements, and that is what supply chain management it is. And adaptive manufacturing, cognitive robots adapt to changes production demand for the specification. Suppose a particular car is going, somebody is buying a particular brand of car. It knows that it tells that so many areas, in this area this car is going, and depending upon the study, he need not analyze. The system will indicate, with the cognitive system will indicate that, and he should be able to produce that and send it to that area. Human-robot collaboration, I have been mentioning that. Humanoid role in manufacturing. Humanoid robots, which are robot designed to resemble and interact with the humans. They look like the human beings, but they interact with the human beings, can play various roles in manufacturing, contributing to increase efficiency, flexibility, safety, while the deployment in manufacturing is not widespread as other types of industrial robots. Advancement in robots, AI, and materials have led to increased interest in exploring humanoid robots in certain tasks as of today. Not everywhere you are able to. We are in the 5.0 now. People are deploying it. Limitations, human thinking is beyond imagination. So can a computer develop such an ability to think and reason without human intervention is a question mark. And the goal is to simulate a human thought process in a computerized model. The result is cognitive computing. So how a human being will think about it. Our first speaker was telling about the chips and various things, so how you will be able to. That is to be integrated, and such systems have to be used in the industry immediately to adapt and improve the manufacturing efficiency and the manufacturing quality. Both are important. Efficiency, productivity, and the quality, both of them are important. That is, cognitive computing models provide a realistic roadmap to achieve the artificial intelligence. So I'm sorry, my throat unexpectedly went off. So any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable session. Participants who are here for paper presentation shall move to Seminar Hall 1 and 2.
I request Dr. Manju Bansal, ma'am, Honorary Scientist, IISc Bangalore, to share here her insights. And before that, I request our Honorable CEO, sir, and Principal, sir, to be on the dais to capture the cherishing moment.
I request Dr. Manju Bansal ma'am, Honorary Scientist, IISc Bangalore, to share her insights on cognitive science and computational biology.
Yeah, you can see from it, no problem.
Okay. Okay, so actually cognitive computing is not precisely my area of work, but we do use a lot of computers and computer modeling of biological molecules, which are related to several of what the other speakers have been saying in the morning. So the main topic of my discussion today is that we've been looking for quite some time now on, no, I think this is not going to work from here. Looking for unifying principles of DNA recognition by transcription factors. Now, fortunately, the main speaker today morning has already at least mentioned the words proteins and DNA, so I assume that some of you at least are familiar with that. So that was, biologically, as a molecular biophysicist, that is my area of interest, that, how do these biological molecules function? And especially how do different molecules come together, because they don't function in isolation, they function in complexes, and how do they come together? And to understand that, we've been spending years doing various kinds of analysis, modeling, and simulations, and then trying to put some of that information together in developing a database and a web server for doing a comparative structural analysis platform for DNA transcription factor complexes. And I have a small group now because, as mentioned, I have retired 5 years ago, but I still have projects which I work on. So, and one of them actually, Dr. Vetri Selvi, is here, who has been mainly responsible for developing the database. And so where does, several speakers have spoken about cognitive computing, but in my particular area of interest, which is computational structural biology, one topic which has been a hot topic for the last 5 years has been cognitive computing in biology, is that we have about 200 million proteins in our living organisms, if you put together all humans, et cetera, and so each one, when we are trying to look at their three-dimensional structure, because the way they function, I don't know, I don't like this. It doesn't work at all, is it, the pointer?
Slide change.
No, not slide change, pointer.
I'll just check. It's changed, ma'am.
No, pointer. Is it there? No. Okay. So, the proteins themselves are a linear array of various 20 different type of amino acids. But how they function is what you see in the bottom right figure, where it folds first into a kind of what we call secondary structure, that is local regions fold up, then you have these local regions come together to form tertiary structure, and then you can have multiple such structures coming together to form the actual protein complex structure. And it's been taking, each one has, so each protein has a unique 3D structure, and figuring out the exact structure of a protein used to take years because people were doing various kind of experiments like X-ray crystallography, et cetera, to figure it out. But in recent years, actually, not only various structures, about 100,000, currently it's about 200,000 structures have been solved, and they are all being put together in an international database called the WW Protein Data Bank, or WWPDB. And so now they can, they're able to solve the structures very fast. And as I said, they've all been compiled together in a very database. So then the need arose that, okay, now that we have so many structures, can we predict the structures which are not known? Because as I said, we have more than 200 million proteins actually known to be present in various organisms, but we know the structures of that. So what actually Google, or Alphabet as it's called, what they decided 5 years ago was to, they put together a team called, the computer called DeepMind, and isomorphic lab, and they started working on it in 2016. And in 4 years, they were actually able to work out an algorithm and get the computer to look at all the available structures at that time and to then predict structures for the proteins for which the structure was not known, but the sequence was known. So they were able to do that, and oops, I keep pressing that thinking it's the pointer. So that is then, now they're able to predict almost from 2016 to now 2022, they have about 1 million, from 1 million structures, the number of predicted structures in the database has gone to 200 million. And they're all available now in the European Bioinformatics Institute's website there. So the AlphaFold program development was a momentous advance, and it did develop the power of AI as it can be used in structural biology. And it's taken months. So what used to take months and years, and sometimes a lab would be, in their whole lifetime, would be able to work on 2-3 proteins, can now work on so many different structures. But there are still some shortcomings here, and one of them is that if you have multiple proteins which interact together to do their biological function, it is difficult to predict their structure. So also when a protein interacts with the DNA or protein interacts with a polysaccharide, then predicting that complex structure, which is really crucial for the functioning, is difficult. So one of the areas, as I mentioned in my title of the talk also, is that is what we've been looking at. Maybe in a few years, even that will be possible to predict with accuracy, but as of now, that's an open question. So I think I'll skip. So what we've been doing is looking at transcription factors that bind DNA and regulate gene expression. That is, conversion of DNA to RNA to protein. Is the first step of that is transcription, and this is what happens there. And I don't know, without a pointer. So there, so there are various pharmaceutical companies which are actively working in trying to develop drugs which will either correct some problem with the system or to stop the gene expression if there is a fault in the gene or if there is a disease-related gene which you don't want it to be expressed. So there are some ones which like initiation of TF degradation, protein-protein interaction inhibitors. Those are many groups working, but this inhibition of transcription factor gene regulation are still in their infancy. So this is what, and the reason for that is that these interface regions, in especially protein DNA complex, unlike when you design a drug for a protein or an enzyme which has a deep pocket, so you can actually put a particular molecule which fits into that. It's called a lock and key kind of arrangement. In this case, you can't do that because generally the surface of both the transcription factor and the DNA is relatively flat. So, you have either multiple or you have some very specific interactions occurring. And so, as we said, the need for an exclusive transcription factor DNA database arose because, as we said, there are developmental, there are various types of disorders which require diseases and where DNA transcription factor DNA kind of things plays a role. So that is developmental disorders, cancer, because transcription factors are highly represented in cancer cells, and alteration in TF activity causes phenotypic. Now, one of the reasons why it is difficult to design these and understand the protein DNA or transcription factor DNA interaction is because sometimes you have the same transcription factor which binds to more than one sequence. And sometimes you have two different transcription factors, as you can see in the bottom right, the blue and the green transcription factors, which are maybe quite a bit different in their sequence and structure. They can sometimes bind to the same DNA sequence. So we wanted to understand how this is possible by looking at all the TFDNA structures which are available in the protein database. So for that, what we went around doing is, collecting all the data which is available in the International Protein Data Bank, and then do a functional classification of these, because there are more than 4 dozen or 5 dozen kind of different transcription factor families. So we were trying to look at, and we don't have structures in the database for all of them, but we do have a lot of them. And then in the structural database, you actually do not have the biological family relevance immediately available correctly for all of them. So a lot of this work had to be done manually, and one of my postdocs had to sit and spend hours actually reading each of the papers which publish these and look at those. And then you clustered these structures into the various families using the sequence databases, BLAST programs, which I think all who are doing bioinformatics would know, and then look at how each of them interacts with the DNA. And having put then these things together, we looked at the propensity of the amino acids, of various amino acids, to interact with the various families. So we looked at 38 families of transcription factors in detail and tried to see that which are the amino acids which are most frequently involved in interaction with the DNA, and then what is the frequency also. So propensity as well as frequency in each of these 38 classes, what are the amino. And it does turn out that, as expected to a large extent, arginine, aspartic acid, glutamic acid, etc., or glutamine probably, are the most common amino acids because they can form actually more than one hydrogen bond. They can form 2 hydrogen bonds with the DNA bases. So they are the most common ones. And so if you look at the interaction matrix, which is again the bottom rightmost plot there, you will see, as I said, the pointer is not working, but anyway, you can see that some of the horizontal lines are much more populated, or rows are much more populated than others. So those are the ones which are most frequently involved in interacting with the DNA, okay? So that is what we got out from the data. But then we wanted it to be, okay, this slide is just showing you what I mentioned, that you have, 629 structures and number of chains, and then, you classify them. So there are 52 transcription factor families for which structures are available, but we have analyzed 38 of them because for some of them, the number of structures available is very few. And then we look at the interaction between the DNA protein through their backbones as well as the actual bases. So that was a kind of physical description of it. Now I come to the actual database construction, that where the automation part comes in, so that where I think eventually perhaps the cognitive computational part could come in also. So this is just a kind of flow chart kind of telling you what I have explained in the previous slide. So you extract the structures and of the complexes, and then you divide them into various families, and then you compare them with all the different sequence databases which are available and which then divide them into various families. They are called CATH and SCOP, etc. And then you look at their interaction matrices to kind of arrive at the transcription factor data. So the user can go and look at each of these. So this is again just telling you the database schematic for using MySQL, how it has been developed, and you can see all the different components which have gone into the database. And this is again showing you just the pipeline of how it happens. So you have the identifier-based, in the database, how do you access, if a user wants to use it, how are you going to access? So we had to give various inputs which the user can use. And it could be either the CATH, the family to which the structure belongs, or what is the, already identified, like CATH, SCOP identification, or the protein data bank ID, et cetera. And you should be able to then access more than one. And so this is the home page for the database. And as you can see, that you can give in as an input various kind of these keywords, which is like the protein data bank, SCOP, et cetera, their definition of a particular structure, or if you know the function. Now, we wanted to make it function-oriented also. So what we did was, by manually reading all the papers and identifying the functional use also, so you can also now give a functional classification. So the most commonly, of course, if you know the protein structure, people want to give the PDB ID for identifying it. But then, as I said, we have created a huge keyword dictionary which is related to the function or to the family or whatever. So there are various ways in which you can look for the structure or the protein DNA complex that you are interested in it. So this is, we feel, one of the highlights of our program or of the web server or database, that we have diverse querying abilities, and it's a manually curated list of keywords has been created for every entry. And so this is again kind of summarizing more or less the same thing, that you can use different kind of keywords here and end up with the details about that structure. So here, I mean, it is just showing you 3 different ways in which you can do that. But what this is then again highlighting is that, if, for example, a particular example I'm illustrating here is that if you use, for example, if you say glucocorticoid receptor, which is one of the most common transcription factors which has been studied, and it has hundreds and thousands of publications on it. But if you now use our program for it, or our web server, you end up with 74 entries for glucocorticoid receptor. Whereas in PDB, for example, in the protein data bank, if you give that, you end up with far less. I think it's 40. I can't see from here actually, but I think it's about 40 there. So what essentially is that in PDB, several of the glucocorticoid receptor structures will get left out if you give that keyword, whereas in our program, they will all be picked up. And you'll be able to examine them by just giving a single keyword. So efficient querying is enabled by using these manually linked keyword list. And then what you can do in that is that you can take as many structures out of that 72 that you have got, and you can compare them. You can take 2 or 3 similar kind of structures and look at their properties, look at their interactions, etc. So essentially, DNA binding preferences a glucocorticoid receptor for DNA domain, and you end up with a whole lot of them. So you get a list of all the 72, and then out of that, you can pick out the ones which you want to, you can select the ones which you want to examine in more detail. And so again, this is showing you the workflow. This is, again, as I said, so here now, you've picked out 2 structures here out of the list of structures that you have. So that is the 1R4I and then 3G9I. And you can do all sorts of searches on them. You can compare their sequence. So this is kind of showing you the sequence and also the sequence similarity and the conservation and where they are similar and where the amino acid residues have changed. You can do this is the most important one, that here it is the DNA, the proteins which are on the sides, and the DNA which is shown as a ladder structure here. So which DNA base is interacting with which amino acid or vice versa, whichever way. So this allows you now to look at, in a compact way, where the similar transcription factors or same transcription factors guanine in the second row from the bottom up, if you see, there is a CG there, guanine is in green. So in both of these sequences, that guanine actually is extremely important, and we call such residues as anchor residues, because if that particular little bit is present in the DNA sequence, that glucocorticoid receptor can come and bind to that. Even end of the sequence, top half of the sequence, that is quite different. But you still can have the protein coming and binding to it because of the similarity in the residues, which indicates that sometimes at least it's a particular or a couple of interface big. So this is showing you just for that, again, We did an analysis of all the 38 families of the transcription factors and looked at what are, again, as I said, the amino acids which are interacting. It turns out, as I mentioned, that in some cases, the protein interacts with, or rather many amino acids in a protein, in a transcription factor, are interacting with the DNA. And that will be clear if you now look at the vertical columns in the top picture, in both in the top and the bottom, if there are colored rows or colored markers in many of the rows in a particular column, it means that many amino acid residues are interacting with that DNA. And you'll see that in some of the rows or some of the columns, there are only very few of the amino acid residues. So the horizontal is actually the transcription factor family, and vertical is the amino acid. So of them, there are quite a few. And then actually, which are the, even we have split it further, that is not just a DNA base, it is which base, A, T, G, C, which is actually interacting there. And we are able to then pinpoint that. So based on this analysis, which is the major chunk of the work done over the last 2 years with 3 people contributing, that what we find is that we can classify the transcription factors into 2 families. One is the promiscuous transcription factors, where more than 3 amino acids actually bind to the DNA or are used in DNA recognition and adding to their binding ability. And then you have a stringent family where you have less than 3 amino acids, that is 1 or 2 amino acids only are involved in DNA recognition. So all family members, all the members of a particular family show either themselves as stringent, even though they may vary a lot in their actual interaction, but in terms of numbering of their number of interaction, if all of them in a particular family belong to either a stringent or a promiscuous family. And then looking further in here, what we find is that there are 4 families which we can specifically and definitely say that they are promiscuous. And they are listed over here as zinc finger, tryptophan cluster factor, homeodomain factors, and HMG, which is heat manufacturing fraction. So base pair specific recognition by amino acid is either, as we said, we can look at these, and then so the 38 families can be classified easily like this. And then if one more new component comes out belonging to that family, we can be sure that if it comes from a promiscuous family, it will be promiscuous, and if it is stringent, it will remain stringent. And so just a little further, a little bit more detail as to where the transcription factors are binding to the DNA is that in the upper figure, what you are seeing is that red lines are actually indicating whether the amino acid is binding to the DNA. And now I hope that most of you know that DNA actually has 2 grooves in it. So whether it binds in the major groove or the minor groove, the blue one indicates minor groove, the red one indicates major groove. And as you can see, major chunk of them actually bind in the major groove. But what is more interesting also is that what we find is that in promiscuous transcription factors, the way most of the interactions occur is that one amino acid will generally be binding, may form 1 or more hydrogen bond, but generally it is with 1 nucleic acid base, that is either A, T, G, C. Whereas in the case of the stringent one, you very often have 1 amino acid actually recognizing 2 bases. So it is, in a way, it's being more efficient. That is, it is using a few amino acid to actually recognize a larger number of bases. And that makes it more stringent and also more specific. But in both the cases, by having variations in these kind of hydrogen bonds, you get plasticity, and you need both specificity and plasticity in DNA recognition, which is what you get by having these different kind of interactions. And finally, just to summarize, because it's not that we are the first ones to do this kind of work, there are other databases available. Students who are doing here bioinformatics or computational biology might be already familiar with them. So the way our program is unique, one of the things definitely where a lot of effort has gone in, as I said, is in doing the manual curation and coming out with those keywords, which will link up structures which otherwise one would have to spend, browse through dozens of papers to kind of arrive at that thing. And then the querying also, using then those keywords to put it into the database so that you can query using all these different words. And I think we have got some list of hundreds of queries sequences. And so those are the unique features. The others are kind of probably more available. And so the conclusion part of it is just that, we can precisely target individual transcription factors requiring understanding the subtle differences in their DNA binding properties with closely related transcription factors. Because in biology and in these kind of features, subtle differences play a very major role, as we know in diseases and as you saw in in the earlier talk also, that just a small change in sequence, sometimes just one amino acid change or one DNA-based change can lead to serious disorders. And so understanding some of these things is very important. And closely related TF-DNA complexes, they appear very similar. And unveiling, that's why there's subtle differences require comparison of sequence, structure, and the interactions to fully understand that. So that is why the comprehensive one-stop comparative analysis platform that we've developed for transcription factor DNA, it can be used to design drugs. Because now what it means is from our analysis that you don't, as I said, it is difficult to target drugs when when you have a flattish surface, not a kind of hole where you can just drop in and something will fit in. So here what we are saying is that since now we are able to pinpoint the exact residues and the exact kind of interactions which are present in these transcription factor DNA complexes, we can design drugs which will go and just target that particular interaction. Because otherwise what happens with drugs is that they sometimes are, very wide-ranging, so you aim it for something, and then it goes and affects something else, so you have a whole lot of other side effects also. So if you can have a specific interaction being targeted, hopefully we'll be able to design drugs which do not fail in their clinical trial or, because companies have to spend billions of dollars. And so what we think is that it can be an essential tool, or at least work till Alphabet or Google are able to predict these kind of structural interactions, for these kind of complexes also. But one of the drawbacks is, as I said, compared to protein structures, these complex structures are still coming at a much smaller rate. And one of the reasons why AlphaFold has been so successful is because they already had 100,000 structures to work with. And so they could look at all the patterns in their presence of amino acid interaction, how they come together, etc., feed it into their AI and machine language learning programs, and come out then with these predictive tool, which seems to be working very well, as I said, at least for the simpler proteins. And so we do need some more years, I think, of manual interaction, manual structure determination, and once we have enough information, I'm sure that, computers or cognitive modeling will be able to facilitate drug design, be able to predict these kind of structures, and then also be able to design drugs for that. And finally, I'd just like to thank, and these are apart from me, these are the three people who are actively involved. Devstuti, Kiran, and Vetri. And Vetri is actually over here. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for an extraordinary session. Now I request Dr. Sharat Kumar Jagannathan, Microsoft Coordinator and Assistant Professor, to share his views on cognitive science.
Good afternoon.
like most of the speakers here have discussed about bioscience and data science. So here I'm just going to showcase a little bit about the tools which can be used. Like I see the crowd here, we have bioscience as well as data science here, right? So um, again, this cognitive science in bioinformatics is again like a marriage tool. So if you're able to combine these two together, you get a disruptive technology. So here, this cognitive science is more about gaining knowledge, thinking, and reasoning out, right? So we are trying to, this technology has come in a vast disruptive technology right now in terms of learning language models. You have this GPTs, chat GPTs, and other information. So here, this currently, like chat GPT had disrupted like what we know as data science. Why? Because of the reasoning. It's able to understand. It's able to like interact with humans, right? So it's able to answer a lot of questions. It's able to come up with the content what we desire. Okay, so this particular technology, the cognition, is what we are aiming for and has been disruptive currently. Today's topic, we are trying to get cognition into data science. Okay, so in this, we see that the basics are statistics, big data analytics, machine learning, and business. Cognitive comes with involving of user experience, user knowledge experience. If you mix a user experience into the machine learning models, you are able to infer a lot of details on a particular topic. So most of these topics were already discussed. Let's say this machine learning, AI, NLP, cognitive computing, data visualization, and HCI. HCI is more about variable computing technologies where you can analyze the signals of the brain, okay? And once you get the data, you can start your analysis through your machine learning models and other things. So here, if cognitive solutions are integrated with bioinformatics, okay, so you are able to get more outcomes. You are able to understand the model. You are able to analyze. You are able to, let's say, predict. Okay, Dr. Manju just said, like if we have enough data, if we have enough data for prediction, we are able to get more accurate results. We can predict which DNA has what problem and other things. So as a data scientist, we want data. So we want the data so that we can analyze, we can predict, and come out with solutions. So let's say if you combine bioinformatics and cognitive science, you have precision medicines, sequence analysis, database management, and various other things. So I'm just listing out areas, what are the potential outcomes by bioinformatics and cognitive. I've taken an example just to say as a data scientist, like let's say how we can work on cognitive bioinformatics. So here, let's take Alzheimer's disease research. We can go with generic genome data analysis, like as a bioscience, you know what is a gene, what's that, DNA sequencing, protein structures, and things like that. So you can take a data set which is available and then look for the DNA sequencing or the protein structure, understand them. So that is one area. The other areas like machine learning models, where you can apply your machine learning for understanding or predicting Alzheimer's disease demented, mild demented, or non-demented. So you take in images or MRI scans of patients, put them into a model, and you can find out how it is progressing over the time. So these kind of studies or research can be done using machine learning analysis. The last one is a network analysis, which is nothing but how the proteins are interacting with each other, what is the sequence they follow. So that is another area of research we can take into network analysis. So what are the outcomes? Early diagnosis, targeted treatment strategies, and personalized medicine. Just like the previous speaker said, if you're able to identify the sequence or identify which DNA is going to cause a problem, it's going to resolve a lot of issues. So those kind of targeted outcomes can be achieved. And I can go with more examples, but with the time frame we have, I'm just restricting to what could be the possible outcomes. I have put some data sets here. The popular one is ADNI, where you have image as well as Excel sheets where you can work to find out about MRI data. You have images, Alzheimer's disease images, where you can predict whether it's mildly demented, or you have patients, you can follow up with patients about the images, like at what stage the Alzheimer has started. So I have listed a lot of databases there. The popular ones are the ADNI and the OASIS. Okay, so if you are into image, then you can go with the image classification, or if you are working with Excel, just a normal database, then you can go with the Excel or the data values presented in the ADNI and the OASIS dataset. Okay. How many of you still use phones without Wi-Fi and all? It's gone, right? The days are gone. So now we are into smart world, smart phones and other things. So we can upgrade to ML on cloud, which is one of the possibilities in doing research. So I have put ML, Azure ML in Alzheimer's disease research, which means that you can use the services of the cloud, the platform as a service, and deploy a model for image or Alzheimer's detection. And some training. If you go to Microsoft Learn, you will be able to get the basics of Azure Cognitive Search. And the second one is more about the cognitive services provided by Azure. And you can also use the Azure OpenML for analyzing a model and coming up with the basic results, which tells you the insights about the data sets. So I have just compiled a short presentation so that you know how to proceed with looking at the sequence, or looking at images, or looking at the data. So some of the Azure cognitive services are in terms of speech, vision, anomaly detector, cognitive services, and these are the use cases. Okay, I'm not going to go in depth about all this, but it's like you can use it for speech. Let's say transcribe audible speech into readable and searchable text. Then you can have Azure OpenAI apply advanced coding language models to various use cases. You would have heard about this OpenAI. OpenAI is incorporating this cognitive knowledge into your machine learning models, so that you are able to get more insights to what you had previously. Okay, so I'm just presenting the tools, the data sets, and how to work with bioinformatics along with the cognitive search. That's all.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking session.
Hello.
Now, we will have a virtual session by Dr. Abigail Lamke, Professor of English at Avila University, USA, on AI in education.
Hello, my name is Abigail Lamke. Hello, my name is Abigail Lamke. I'm an English professor at Avila University, and today I'm going to talk about AI in education. And I'm going to talk particularly about AI in higher education. That's where I work and where I do most of my thinking. I'm happy to be able to do this presentation for you today. I apologize for having a recorded version. The timing did not work out for me to be there synchronously, so thank you for allowing me to do an asynchronous version. All right, so AI is a challenge in higher education. When I talk about AI, I'm going to be talking about generative AI, the large language models. So in this presentation, I'll give some initial context on the issues with AI, what works and what doesn't in the classroom, and how to incorporate the technology successfully. But mostly I'm talking about large language models. Those are trained on huge amounts of text and then use statistical probability to predict what the next word will be. Importantly, they don't really think, they model. So they mimic the writing of sentient humans. They're not really doing the writing, they're mimicking the writing. Of course, there's other technologies like image generators, which I've actually used to make this image. And they statistically create an image as opposed based on what you say. You have to go through a couple iterations to get what you want. Same with the large language models like ChatGPT. Now, this space is really changing quickly, but as far as we can tell right now, this sort of technology is not going away. In fact, a lot of people are equating this development to the development of word processing or previous technologies. And just like as faculty, we allow students to use Google searches and other technologies in the classroom. Pretty soon we're going to have to allow them to use generative AI as well. It's going to be embedded into the writing programs like Google Docs or Word, which we use a lot here in the United States. So we have to be able to face it in higher ed. We can't just bury our heads in the sand and continue on. We have to look at what we can do to incorporate it into our classes. But I think importantly, we need to think about issues first. So one of the big ones that we talk about a lot is academic integrity. But we also have issues with embedded biases and privacy concerns. But really for faculty, concerns that students are using this writing and not doing their own writing, meaning not doing their own thinking. So many faculty turn to AI detection models, but sadly those, first of all, don't work and a lot of times are pretty biased. So we have a legitimate threat to academic integrity. We can't just assume everything that students turn in these days they have written completely by themselves. But we have to think about what we mean by writing, and what we mean by completely when we cover that too. But we also want to think about embedded biases. So these tools were made by training on huge amounts of texts that were involved in the internet. And in a lot of ways, they replicate the biases that were embedded in those texts. So those texts were written by a subset of people with a certain amounts of privilege and perspective. And those can sometimes play out in the answers that we get out of generative AI as well. There's also privacy concerns. Whenever you enter something into a large language model, usually it keeps it and it can use it to make new iterations of the large language model. So whatever you feed in is more grist for the mill, as they say. So you want to be really concerned, of course, about what you put in these things. And when it comes to academic integrity, there's a lot of things to be on the lookout for when you're evaluating written work, which I do a lot of as an English professor, and I talk to a lot of people about this. And one thing is to compare it to other work that students do. So I always have students write by hand at some point pretty early in the class, so I can get a sense, like timed writing in class by hand, what their writing is like. And then I can compare that writing to any writing they turn in online, and I can decide if it's an academic honesty violation or not. Or a big key that something has been written by an AI generator is that it's grammatically perfect in English, but fundamentally shallow. These programs, as they are right now, are not very deep thinkers, so it'll be pretty shallow writing. Or you might have sources that are misrepresented. They say, the writing says they say something that they don't. Examples that you didn't discuss in class that the student seems to be creating out of thin air. Or arguments grounded in implausible facts. For example, I have a colleague who's had a paper turned in about Netflix not having a customer support page, when it clearly does, but the AI generator made this problem up. So it's always good to talk to students if you've run into academic integrity. Talk to them one-on-one, ask them to show you their writing process or original sources. I've been asking students to compose in Google Docs, for example, because it'll show you the iterations of a project and show you what they're doing with the writing, as opposed to just the final project. Or you can have a conversation with the student about what they're doing in the text, and if they can't replicate it verbally, then it's likely they didn't write it. But also, one really important thing I want to talk about is how we can use this software positively. We shouldn't think of it as just a threat, but also a positive development that we can use to make our classrooms better. So these are 5 things we should do in the classes to really incorporate generative AI, particularly large language models. So first of all, discussing AI with students in each course. So making sure that every student knows, or at least you've discussed in every course, what the policy is on generative AI in your class. Different professors have different approaches. And I mean, honestly, I'm teaching 5 different classes right now, and I have probably 4 different approaches across those 5 classes. So different classes might mean a different approach to generative AI. In my writing class that I'm teaching right now, students are allowed to use generative AI, but they need to disclose how and they need to talk it out with me. But students really need to know where the line between accepting digital assistance and cheating is in each course. Because if they don't just automatically know what the professor thinks, they need to know the line. So there's certain tools that students use a lot, Google Docs, for example, or Grammarly, and those are more accepted. And then some professors really turn against generative AI like ChatGPT. And so they need to know that those people are against that. Or if you have a kind of a middle of the road approach, which I do in several of my courses, then they need to know that. But it's a really good opportunity to talk about why. Why do you have the policy that you do? What does it mean for your field? And that brings us to number 2, teaching appropriate AI use for your discipline. Because different disciplines can do different things. I'm in English, I also teach in women and gender studies, but different disciplines have different approaches. And these models, you might be thinking, oh, I teach math, I don't need to think about this. But no, you do, because many of these programs can replicate the sort of answers that you might be looking for in your math homework as well. So you need to think about what AI can do and cannot do in respect to your discipline. For example, in English or in liberal arts courses, we really emphasize critical thinking. critical thinking is something that large language models are not good at right now. So teaching students the difference between the sort of shallow writing that ChatGPT does and the sort of higher level writing that we're expecting from them can really distinguish what it means that we're doing in this class. And that gets me to number 3. So really emphasizing critical thinking, not just in your class, but in your assignments and the assessments. So making sure you're not measuring just, did you retain the information, right? The understanding, but maybe a higher level thinking. Can you analyze? Can you interpret? Can you apply something I discussed in class to something else? And really, the more specific you can make it, probably the better. Better for thinking, for one thing, and also better to get them outside of that generative AI model. But you also want to probably rework learning outcomes and assessment in light of AI. So if you're like, you know what, I don't want students to use AI, I want to get away from it entirely, then really option 1 is your best option. Hopefully you're teaching in person, because this is where it works the best. But you do in-person, in-class assessment. And this is something that had moved out of my classes for a while. I wasn't doing like midterm in-class essays. And now I do them. I have students sit and write for a certain amount of time just to really show off their thinking. They're allowed to bring notes. I give them a lot of sense of what's going to be on the exam ahead of time, but I want to see what they can do without access to a computer. But also you have option 2, incorporating AI into your assessments. And I've done this in other assignments too, even in the same classes. I want to see what they can do on their own and what they can do with AI. So integrating them into the assignment. It could be tracking what prompts they're using, teaching them how to prompt engineer, giving them an initial draft written by AI and telling them to revise it to meet a certain prompt. So you can grade more on process as opposed to the product. That's another approach people are taking. Because writing, which is what I teach, is more about process. So if I can see the process students are using to think about writing, then I can evaluate that as opposed to the final version. And then to really emphasize meaningful assessments. Generally, students commit academic integrity violations, maybe when they think they're just jumping through hoops and they're not taking something seriously. And the hope is that if we make something more meaningful to their lives as they're living it, they'll put more of their own work into it. So these sort of meaningful assignments and assessments that are situated in the real world, have real relevance to the student, and require an appropriate level of challenge can really stimulate students to approach an assignment with more intention. And then finally, use it yourself. I think for faculty, it's really important that we learn the parameters of this technology and we practice it with it ourselves. So like in this presentation, I created an image for it with generative AI. Other times in my teaching, I create sample writing for students to look at or sample multiple choice questions for them to study with. But you can use it to, in your own teaching, spending a couple hours with it can really help with that. I also like to share with students some handouts. This one I call Issues with Generative AI. And it kind of works students through some of the main issues. And these were written for students. So talking about embedded biases, like I did before. Talking about hallucinations. So, and I think this is a problem that's getting better with AI, but sometimes, particularly the early versions, would create evidence or sources that didn't exist. And you want to make sure that things exist. So letting students know that that can happen is important. The privacy concerns as well, and then reminding them that the AI doesn't think. What it does is generate. If you want to showcase thinking, analysis, and deep interpretation, humans, for now, remain necessary. I also give them this handout, ways that they can use generative AI that doesn't violate our honor code. So a lot of times the go-to thought is that, oh, I'll just have it write my papers, right? But it can do so much more. So examples on this handout, like having it be a tutor, having it be a coach, having it be a brainstorm partner. Now when you get the AI to ask you questions so that you're answering and working through an idea. And then having it be your reviewers, giving it your writing and saying, tell me what I can do better here. Show me the sentence fragments, show me the subject verb confusion, and having it work you through as a coach or a peer tutor. So I give some example prompts here and really kind of teach students how to use the technology in ways that can really benefit them, but are not an academic honesty violation. So in conclusion, it's really understandable for faculty that we look at this technology and we go, oh no, what is going to happen to education? But I think by harnessing it, by thinking through it, by integrating it, we can learn to use it and to teach with it in a way that is really beneficial for our students. Here are several works that I consulted for this piece. I'm building off of a white paper I wrote last semester. And if you want the full version of that, you feel free to email me. It's abigail.lamke@avila.edu. But here are many of the sources that I consulted in making this. Thank you so much for listening. Goodbye.
And that was a remarkable session.
Now all of you will reassemble at 1:45, so the next session will start at 1:45. I think one batch has already gone for lunch. The rest of the batch can go for lunch here and then come back. We'll start at 1:45. Meanwhile, the guests have already arrived. Please be on time because we have to close down by 4 o'clock as per the instruction of the collector. So please be on time.
Once again, we welcome you all for the plenary session on Cognitive Science and Mathematical Engineering and Neuroscience Foundation of Information Processing. I take great privilege to invite Professor Balasubramanian S., Chief Mentor, Director, GRG Center for Advanced Studies, Dr. Sabrimalai Manikandan, Professor in CSE, IIT Palakkad, Dr. Balasundaram, Professor in CA, NIT Trichy, Dr. Pattabhiraman V., Professor in CS, VIT Chennai, and Dr. M. Dinesh Periyasamy, Adolescent Counselor, Medical Officer, Coimbatore Corporation, onto the dais.
I request our Honorable CEO, Sir, to honor the guest, Professor Balasubramaniam S., Chief Mentor, Director, GRG Center for Advanced Studies, with a token of love. I also request our Sir to honor Dr. Sabarimalai Manigandan, Professor in Computer Science, IIT Palakkad. I also request our Honorable Sir to honor S.R. Balasubramaniam Sir, Professor in CA, NIT Trichy. I also would like invite Sir to honor Dr. Pattabhiraman V., Professor in Computer Science, VIT Chennai.
Cherish every moment, they all matter. Now, I request you, Sir, to join with the dignity of one such moment. As we reconvene for the next phase of our conference, it is my privilege to introduce Professor Balasubramanian S. Sir, the Chief Mentor and Director at the GRG Center for Advanced Studies. Professor Balasubramanian S. will inaugurate the session with his opening remarks, setting the tone for the insightful discussions that are set to follow.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. That's better. I always say that one of the most difficult sessions in any conference is the one that follows lunch immediately. It's extremely difficult to keep the participants awake, extremely difficult to get anything into their head immediately after lunch. But I think this panel will try to do that. As a part of introduction, which I thought you were doing, this is my 55th year of professional service. 30 years I spent in the industry, 25 years in the academia. Did my engineering way back, I don't even remember, sometime in 1967. And then I worked in India, I worked abroad and all that, came back, decided that academia would be my calling. And therefore I wanted to share whatever I gained during the first 30 years. I said I must share it with the youngsters. And therefore, I chose academia. I've been in the academia. This is my background. I'm also married. I have one wife, and I have 2 sons. So this is about me. The topic for today has been very interestingly chosen. You're talking about 3 interconnected but independent items. You're talking about cognitive science on one side. You're also talking about the mathematical, you can call it engineering, you can call it mathematical modeling. That is the second part. And the third part, you're talking about the artificial intelligence, which everybody talks about these days. How do you link these? One has to do with the humans. You're talking about the human brain. When you say cognitive science, you are actually referring to something about the human brain, something about the human behavior. How do we perceive? How do we reason? How do we make decisions in our lives? And that is about cognitive science. Cognition, all of you must have heard that word. Reasoning, logic, analytical, deriving some decisions from those, and that you refer to as cognitive science. The second part I told all of you, you have mathematical engineering. What does that mean? To my understanding, it means that you are talking about some mathematical framework, some mathematical models, mathematical tools and techniques, which you employ to solve some very complex problems. So it is a kind of a problem-solving system that you have, and that we refer to as mathematical engineering. And the third is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence as against what? As against the human intelligence. Is it possible for us to develop a system where the machines can learn about how the human behavior happens, how human thinking happens, how the human brain functions, and try to emulate it and copy it? And that we may, in some ways, we can call it the artificial intelligence. We are trying to marry all these. We are trying to bring all these together. That's why the title of this session has been given as Cognitive Science in Mathematical Engineering with Artificial Intelligence. What are the issues involved? One is, can we discuss very dispassionately, can we discuss something with keeping in mind that there is diversity, there can be different perception, there can be different opinions, views, there can be multidisciplinary approaches. With all that, can we look at the cognitive science? That is one issue. The second issue is, can we some way look at doing all those, applying them through the tools and techniques of mathematics, and then try to arrive at problem-solving mechanisms? Can we find solutions which are societally impactful, which are useful to the larger society? Can we do that? And the third are the issues relating to artificial intelligence. What about ethics? What is right? What is wrong? Can this be done? Should this be done? How well should that be done? Can we completely copy the human behavior, human brain? Is it desirable? It's not desirable. There are so many issues relating to artificial intelligence. Can we look at all those? Now, to do all these, I'm not going to do that. I have with me three very, very eminent panelists. We have, and of course, all the three of them are from the institutions which are nationally recognized as being excellent. We have the National Institute of Technology. We have the Indian Institute of Technology. All these, of course, need no introduction at all. So we have Dr. Manigandan, who is from IIT Palakkad. We have Dr. Balasundaram, who is from NIT Tiruchirappalli. We also have Dr. Pattabhiraman from another NIT. VIT, I'm sorry, VIT, which I think is in the same bracket as NIT and IIT. So without much ado, I'm going to leave it to them to do that. I've just raised certain fundamental questions. That is my job as the moderator, and that is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do the full talking. May I also request the panelists, in the interest of time, in the interest of discipline, we keep ourselves to a maximum of 15 minutes each. And then I will try to leave the floor open for your interaction, for your question and answers, doubts, clarifications, whatever you have. Does that sound all right? It sounds all right, yes or no? Oh, okay, yes. Somebody from here is saying yes. All right, so I won't take much of your time. This is what I wanted to share with you. So the questions to me are three separate dimensions. I'm just repeating this. You have on one side the cognitive science, you have on the other side mathematical engineering, and on the third side you have the artificial intelligence. Is it possible for us to look at some mechanism of developing an ecosystem where all the three will function without disruption? That is the question. I leave it to the floor. And may I request Dr. Manikantan to go first? Please. Thank you very much.
Do you want to share slides? Yes, I'll just run few slides. So, so as per the titles, cognitive science, mathematical engineering, and artificial intelligence. The question is, still today I do not know what is artificial intelligence, because everyone is started to work on artificial intelligence. Then I always ask my students, shall we close all engineering institutions? Shall we start only Institute of, or recently I posted All India Institute of Artificial Intelligence. So what do you mean by artificial intelligence? Just now we got one phrase, copying human brain. Every human or everyone has the brain. Copying human brain. Who is the intelligent in this classroom or in this auditorium? Whose brain you want to copy? Yeah. Whose brain? Huh? Bill Gates. I will say no. Can you argue with me why? Whose brain? So just sir asked, copying brain, human brain. So one example I can explain, that everyone is wearing the wristband. It's a modern, what is called digital watch. They say smart watch, but I will not agree. There is no smartness in that watch. Converting analog into digital is not a smartness. And just integrating machine learning into the smartwatch is not AI. There is beyond that. What is that? With the example of pulse rate, I explained that we are not doing anything related to artificial intelligence till today to solve any automations, particularly any kinds of event monitoring, particularly healthcare. The example is you are always seeing the pulse rate, okay, on a wristband. And if you are going to hospital for any health problem, you can always expect that a good doctor or a staff nurse, they always ask few questions. What is the first question they'll ask? What is the first question from the doctors? No interaction. If you want some interaction, no? Otherwise, it will be a one flow. I don't like half duplex. I want a full duplex communication mode. So he will ask, are you smoking? Where are you from? We always think that why this person is asking this type of question, he is not giving any treatment. There is a reason. Cognitive skills and cognitive science is coming there. I have some expertise, experiences. Still, you go to villages, the farmers knows what they want to do. AI cannot do that job also till today because he knows what type of disease, what type of fertilizer need to be given, and everything the farmer knows. That means you have cognitive skill, continuously collecting a various problems, you are applying a different solutions, and you have some outcomes. That outcomes result in a better diagnostics or improving the reliability of the system or accuracy of the system. So in the wristband, when you are collecting a pulse rate, and people are saying that I am connected to the internet world, that's called Internet of Medical Things, connected healthcare. I am living here, suddenly professor asked me to give a talk on cognitive science, suddenly my beat increased, pulse rate increased, some emotion, suddenly question from that side, I could not answer, then again sweating, my pulse rate is increased, all these emotional activities and environmental suddenly what is called extreme cold, and my heart rate will also increase or decrease. Or after food you will sleep and your heart rate will reduce. So you are saying that I am connecting with the doctor and hospitals. What is the use of that reading? There is no use. Where is the intelligence here? There is no intelligence. That means intelligence is for a wristband, just displaying the heart rate, connecting with the doctor. You need to collect all kind of contextual informations which can be collected or which was collected when you meet the doctor, or whenever you meet the doctor, he will collect. So environmental pollutions, that is also one of the variations, the pulse rate. So that means what? The pulse rate variation is not only due to the defects of the heart, okay, or malfunctioning of the heart, it's environment, the contextual information, what type of activities you are doing while running, while jogging, while climbing, and what is called while sleeping, your heart rates are different. The tachycardia exists even for your physiological defects, the tachycardia exists for running also. The bradycardia also for sleeping and exists for any defects of the heart. Now try to tell me that we are buying the watch which is called smart watch, there is a market fancy title. Okay? So now you can understand what do you mean by artificial intelligence means. You have to collect all kinds of contextual informations with the major objectives of improving the accuracy and reliability of a particular system or automation system without intervention of a human. So therefore I made this title always, I would say that this IoT, particularly the Internet of Things, is become most popular. It's also fancy words. It's not a new title. Okay, it's called device-to-device communication, machine-to-machine communication. You have studied, then wireless sensor node. But IoT is a common platform to connect all kinds of sensors, which I just now what is called contextual information, emotional. You should have sensors to detect emotion. It should be fused with your pulse rate. You should have a sensor to collect air pollutants. You should have a sensor for collecting at room temperature. All these parameters need to be fused. So this is called heterogeneous. It's a common platform collecting. It's called Internet of Gateway. Okay, you collect. Either you can have a dedicated sensors to collect all kinds of informations. Now, if I am not able to extract the essential informations, what Professor told that, for example, I suddenly came to this auditorium. So without my intervention also, I would say always my eye try to grab all the colors. Okay, so it's called autonomous. That means we have that some kind of visual perception. It's called a human visual system. The way we can say our brain extract all kinds of informations we do not know. Still we cannot understand. Okay, so that means what you have your complex brain networks. That I would say that we are trying to copy a complex brain networks. Okay, the complex brain networks, we cannot know how the fine detail informations, because we can see a face of on individual or across many subjects. You'll find small variations, and still your brain is able to capture that fine variations in a classroom of 100 or 200. Similarly, audio perception. You have good hearing systems, auditory systems. So that auditory systems, even in the presence of high levels of noise, while talking to somebody, you are able to get the message. Correct? So there's some kind of intelligence in the human, what is called auditory systems. But still, what type of information is captured from the audio part? Still with the speech, I can discriminate even without seeing someone's face, I can see that, oh, he is that person, because I have trained one time. Now it's called training process. The challenge is how to train this type of model. That will be the challenge. So now, I just come to the research point of view that something is there, some database is available in market or publicly you can download. It's also limited database. And you say that I'll use some kind of your deep learning architecture which is going to mimic our brain system. It will try to capture all fine detailed informations that we missed. It's a true, we can say it's a good, what is called machine learning architecture is able to capture all fine detailed distinct information, because when you say that a discriminative feature is most important for discriminating many kinds of events which are close to each other, like a human, what is called face also, speech also. It's a slight variation also. Without human intervention, I would say without my intervention, still brain system is doing with too many, what is called sensors. Sometimes smell, it's also intelligent. With the smell also I can tell, oh, this the person is crossing, because I always trained this is the person with the smell. So there are n number of sense, it's always collecting information without human intervention, and keep a very good, what is called, we can say model. We are expecting it's called trained model. Okay? So similarly, you have to collect all kinds of informations, particularly if you do symbol pulse rate. If I am not fusing all these kinds of informations, so till that time we should not say that it's artificial intelligence, because there are good doctors, if you just show your readings and by collecting all this essential information, they will recommend for accurate what is called treatment process. But that cannot be done if you simply deliver only the what is called pulse rate or any kind of biomarkers. It's one of the example. Similarly, another examples I can quote that you purchase a car, okay? There are two cars, but we are talking about autonomous car. So when it becomes autonomous car, that means in futures, that means we don't have much attachment with the car, okay? But nowadays, people like to drive car, they'll buy costly car, they like it. They like a drive, fashion and all this thing, they like it. But when you buy autonomous car, your role is zero. That means you will not have any attachment with the car, but you cannot identify what type of faults tomorrow, because like the generation is missing artificial intelligence. You say human intelligence also going down, decaying because of this some kind of computer system. But still, there are some locations or scenarios we must have some kind of intelligence, like this is the autonomous car I'm talking. You purchase the car, so now we are talking about autonomous car. There are some kind of machine fault or defects you want to predict. How do you, so as a owner of the car, I know by sensing some kind of sounds, I will automatically take the car to some service center, I can do repair. But and tomorrow onwards, if you are going to use autonomous car, there will not be any attachment. You will not store this type of information in your brain network. You just give to the another system, AI powered system, or we can say onboard diagnostic system. Now, the two cars, one car is running in a good road conditions, another car is running in a village, very poorest road conditions. Now tell me, any faults of the machine is due to the aging of the machine or due to the, what is called, deployment environments. There are two things there. There is a design defects, okay, then aging defects, then deployment. Now how do you bring all kinds of intelligence to the part? But still I can understand, because I purchased a new car, I know it. Okay, but I am driving this car in a very good conditions, but due to some aging problem or design problem, And this information need to be given to the car manufacturer, then only they can solve this problem. Otherwise, if you see that this car has some defects, if you do not have any evidences of what is the reason for this. So therefore, we see something is called some, I can just skip all these slides. I'll go to one where I don't know whether I have these slides. Yes, this is 4 things you have to answer it. One is called descriptive analytics, another is called diagnostic analytics, and predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics. So this is a good example. You can understand that there is too much information need to be collected, and that need to be fused, then only you can improve the overall accuracy and reliability of the systems. So it's not just integrating what is called machine learning architectures into your existing problem. It cannot be artificial intelligence based, but everyone is, okay, have a research title like this, artificial power. But with this simple example of pulse rate, we can understand that all the wristwatches are just a digital watch. It's not a smart watch. Yeah. So, do you have anything you want to add to my discussions? There are 2 examples. One example is autonomous car. You can understand how much attachment you can have tomorrow. Then you will not have any attachment, obviously, because you are always busy with your smartphone. Your car will be riding on the road. But some kind of intelligence need to be given to the car manufacturer, whether the road condition is poor or the aging problem or design problem. Design problem means immediate defects. Okay, aging is, it's a elder, means continuously you are running or using the engines, there is called aging problem. But the road is very bad. We don't know any design defects and the aging defects, but still the defects was introduced by the poorest running the car. It's not a problem with the aging, it's not a problem with the design. So sometimes we go and complain, okay, to the manufacturer, your device is not working, but I am misusing the device in improper conditions. This is called deployment scenario. So there are many things we need to address. So now these are, sometimes we say cognitive skill means all experiences. So we cannot expect that every individual in the world will have same experiences. So somebody was telling that it's Bill Gates, but he has some experiences. But if you just go to the village, the farmer will have some other experience, which is not difference. We can say that that experience is different from what the Bill Gates has experienced. In his domain, he has some experience. If you go to village, the farmer will have some other experience, maybe better than the Bill Gates. Okay. We cannot count everything in terms of money, that who is the best experienced person. It's also, you can say that sometimes the experience, it's a kind of small value additions, but that highly impact any kind of a system in the world. Okay. So these are the things we have to understand when you try to do that, what type of intelligence that need to be added to your system. As a researcher, I can say we know all these words, because before smartness, smart city, smart healthcare, we always say something is called intelligent. Okay, always we use the word intelligent, but then we ignored that intelligent. We came to the smartness. Okay, smart city, smart healthcare. Okay, smart car. But now we are talking about AI. But you must understand that there are many things that we need to do in the case of collecting a wide variety of data. If we do not have any data, you cannot solve any problem in the world. Another thing, interesting things, okay, AI can do everything. Then shall we stop research funding in the world? There's no need to do. We'll take one of the top 10 companies, we'll call top 10 companies, ask them to collect a database for 1 year, like we got a good GMAP, no? Something happened back then, we do not know. But we are getting good accuracy in locating specific places, no? Accurately we are getting nowadays. So, shall we give all the jobs to top 10 companies to solve 10 disease problem in the world? Within 1 year we can complete this task, no need to further investment, we can close all research institutions. Can I conclude like this, or you want to argue with me that yes? Because we know that AI can do everything, you know. Everyone is telling that without AI, even if you open YouTube, somebody is telling that without AI you cannot do anything in the world. Okay, but AI was generated by top companies actually. See, actually it's not a new. It's all concept when even BE students, I started ECG simulations by using artificial neural network. But the problem is that that time we do not have a high computational processor. It's always started with the backend of GPU. Okay, thanks to the NVIDIA other teams that they come up with a very good what is called architectures. Because of the GPU, we are able to collect too much data. We are giving to the. But sometimes they say deep learning is a black box. It's not a black box. It has a very good relations between the traditional machine learning and the deep learning. It's not a black box. Everything can be open and see what is happening also. But the major thing is that shall we ask the top 10 companies to solve top 10 diseases in the world? Within a 1 year, we can get the devices for everything. Shall we conclude, or do you have any more challenges? Particularly, let us take healthcare. Any questions? Or we'll take the questions after David. Yeah. So this is the one you can understand that yes, there are what is called applications. You can use artificial intelligence. Very good application is in morning presentation is robot. Okay, there are controlled environment of training. Okay. But there are some applications like event detections, event classifications, or kind of heart disease diagnostics, which involve wide variety of data with comes from the different subject and different attributes. So now you can understand when to apply, where to apply, or we cannot just say that, okay, since this problem is solved with AI, then same thing can be solved. It's not, there are many more challenges. So you have to understand that which domain you can apply the AI platform by, you can have 1 lakh rules also designs. Nowadays you can find many of the good applications, robot is doing better job, okay, by this trained rules. But it's not happening in the domain of like event monitoring, event detection, classifications. There are some challenges. So with this I conclude what is called my presentation, or not my presentation, it's my perceptions on AI. So still I won't believe that AI can solve particularly monitoring problems. There are many more challenges that we need to do in terms of collection of various kinds of database. So that's the major things that if you want to work with AI based any automations or even monitoring, you must focus with collection of your database. If you can collect very variety of data by solving this type of problem with the AI is very simple. But if you do not have database, then this will be a continuous research problem. It will be unsolved problem forever. But you can see the robotics, autonomous vehicles, autonomous cars problem will be well solved with this AI. But there are some difficulties in terms of collection of your database for event monitoring.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manikantan. You have raised some very interesting questions which we will take up after the other two will complete their presentations. Your essential point, as I understand, is whether AI without other parameters being taken into consideration, whether AI will be useful, productive, whether it can function. We'll answer that question later. Would you like to go now, Balasundar? Please.
Yes, good afternoon to all the members in the dais and the audience, the organizers. So in fact, when the topic was given to me, it was a great challenge. As very exactly pointed out by the moderator, we have three giants here. One is the cognitive science, the other one is artificial intelligence, and the inherent giant, the great mathematics. So how to link these three? So I started exploring or finding some kind of relevant materials. So thanks for making me to work for some time for this. It was quite interesting to note that the mathematical engineering keyword used in this panel has opened a great channel. So as you see that the maturity of any discipline can be appreciated only with the help of a modeling, especially when it is mathematically projected. See, as you see that we are walking over the bridges, many of us are walking or going through vehicles, etc. But we just like that move. But it was one person who could convert that into a kind of mathematical simultaneous equation solution kind of problem, none other than Gauss Seidel. We have come across several people like Gauss Jordan, Gauss Seidel, Jacobi. So many methods we have been using in different occasions. So the observation turned as a kind of mathematical modeling, and that is being the dominant thing in most of the engineering applications. Same way, how this can be modeled. So this talk will be more on mathematics base for how to link this cognitive science and the AI. As again moderator pointed out, one thing that afternoon session is a very challenging one, and I am adding one more layer for that with mathematics. Kindly bear with that. I will make it very quick, even though many slides are there. So actually, to start with, this was the inspiration to prepare this PPT. This was, the source is from philosophy, where they have given 3 layers: consciousness, mind, and matter. And most of the current automations and most of our time is spent only in the second part of that, not involving mind, but involving brain-related activities, to some extent cognition-related activities, with matter, of course, information. But more things have to be thought over the earlier one. So in this aspect, there are 3 important things to be always questioned. How intelligent functions can be defined logically. How natural and machine intelligence are linked on the basis of brain and software sciences. And finally, is it possible to bring something with respect to modeling the consciousness? That is the great thing which is being done for several decades, combining philosophers as major part of this work. So that's why this Venn diagram, though it is Venn diagram with the 3 circles only, it has more sub-circles also, like cognitive informatics, brain science, and intelligence science. All these things are required to answer these questions. Now, in this talk, mainly the focus on how we are going to define the intelligence. In fact, for a system to be modeled as a cognitive computer, you need some kind of first defining not artificial intelligence, but abstract intelligence. Everything relies on abstract intelligence. How mathematics can help in defining that abstract intelligence. And one more interesting thing I could find, most of this presentation or things have been made as a PPT from one source, one of the articles by Wang. He has done extensive work on linking cognitive science, mathematical engineering, as well as your artificial intelligence. So in this case, the need for new types of mathematics, which is a branch of analytical mathematics, because we know, applied mathematics. There are 2 types of maths. One is pure, the other one is applied maths. Another extension of applied mathematics is going to be denotational mathematics. That is going to play a vital role in defining your cognitive computer and trying to answer some of the earlier questions. And we know that mathematics is dominating everywhere. some of the definitions will be useful to understand the future slides. Mathematics is the abstract science of numbers, quantity, and space, as well as their interconnections, how they are related. And through mathematics, we have come across several things, how to represent abstraction, quantification, manipulating symbols, axiomatic rules, etc., etc. And now, we need to think about two important things to go to the next level of defining our context, that is intelligence. We should know what is abstraction, what is symbolic inference. And for both these things, mathematics has helped a lot. In fact, if you see that your discrete mathematics, especially your calculus, starting from propositional calculus, predicate calculus, which is extended up to Z specifications, we can see that the significance of mathematics is widely seen. To add to this, there was a competition held for a subject on which will be the best representation for defining a problem. See, most of us are still, we will face problem in defining a problem. In a lighter sense, say for example, some animal has come to this room, a strange animal. And if we ask everybody to tell, can you define that animal? Each one will tell in different form. There won't be any concrete or a kind of fixed way of defining that. For defining that, mathematics comes into picture. Just for example, I told, and you can see that mathematics is heavily used in software requirement specification also, with the help of Z specification, which is nothing but an extension of predicate calculus, also denotational kind of algebra. And this basic thing that we have two broader sections of mathematics. One is pure, another one is applied. And this applied mathematics is going to play a vital role in our defining cognitive theories. So in this aspect, to define the intelligence, as I already told, we need to focus on what is abstract intelligence. So I am going to the next slide. If we call alpha I as the abstract intelligence, it is the human inquiry of both natural and artificial intelligence. In the narrow sense, it is the human or a system ability which can transform information into behaviors. In a broader sense, it is any human or system ability that autonomously transfers the forms of abstractions. So based on these things, we are going to define our cognitive computer. There is another definition. We are going to see some definitions, and we are going to combine all these things as a kind of form. Natural intelligence can be defined as a collection of abstract intelligence that implements intelligent machines and their behaviors. So going like this, you can see this machine intelligence, computation intelligence, all these things are required to define what is cognition. The cognition is depending on different types of intelligence. That's what each one of the earlier slides define. Let us keep this as one segment. For defining cognition, we need different types of intelligence, like abstract, natural, artificial, computational, etc. And combining all these things, we can model cognitive theories. And this model is one of the important thing, generic abstract intelligence model that gives the elevation how from data level to behavior level, or how from data level to, that is data, information, knowledge, intelligence, one side behavior, another thing, next level cognition. How we can define these kind of things, or the great work by that Wang and team. He started the work during 2006, something like that. It is a very old paper, and I am surprised to see that in 2023 also, he has given a lot of wonderful theorems and definitions to improve the definitions for cognitive computer. So that means what? Defining a cognition kind of thing, or cognitive computing, or cognitive computer is going to be a continuous challenge, because as people told, every person is unique. And it's difficult to define what is intelligence itself. One person's intelligence may be different from other person's, based on the context, based on inheritance, based on the, behavior, etc. And what people tried using genomic research cannot be holding properly in your cognitive computing. In case of genomic research, it is based on your machine learning models or deep learning models, etc. Just by using these kind of techniques alone, we cannot define cognitive science completely. We need the support of mathematics, especially denotational mathematics. So in this, I am skipping there is an important corollary that the inclusive intelligent ability states that real world paradigms of intelligent are all subsets of abstract intelligence. That is, cognitive is subset of machine, is subset of artificial, is subset of natural, and finally it is subset of abstract intelligence. So we need powerful processors, we need powerful algorithms, plus powerful modeling techniques with the help of mathematics to define cognitive theory. So again, I'm making all these things faster. So this slides tell that the significance of denotational mathematics will play a greater role. So people have started doing work on modeling brain and abstract intelligence. Only based on these things, the next level of cognitive modeling can be thought of. This slide, which I already told, there is a lot of difference between genomic research, computer science research, and cognitive research. All these three things have to talk to each other. Only by understanding each other, the field of cognitive computing can flourish. I am skipping all these things. So now there is a need for modeling abstract objects, complex relations, information, knowledge, intelligent behaviors, etc., etc. So this is the person, the source from where I have converted that as PPT, and he is linking that to software engineering also. And this is one of the interesting data he has provided. We need to bring out a lot of new types of algebra, thereby linking all these algebra into a model, we can think of defining our new paradigm. So I am completing this with the following important points. The first one, kindly refer this latest article by the same person. See, this tells how the sustainability in a research is to be emphasized. Research is not just publishing papers, but how one person's theory is continuously being evaluated by the same team, other people, and how they improve the works. So in that aspect, I really appreciate this. In fact, he's a great person. And his recent, he has added a lot of new things. The first one, we should define first brain-related activities with the help of data, information, knowledge, and intelligence. Then second one, we have something called cognitive objects that go beyond this, that involves physical unit, bits, then bits for binary relations between the bits, etc. All these things, of course, some examples are there. This third point, the last bullet, is very important. Fundamental difference between current data training based machine learning technologies and the natural intelligence of the brain. They are going to be just the basic for what is that? Cognitive computer. And to bring a complete cognitive computer modeling, we have to focus on all these points. And they have also worked something on brain operating system, followed by the instruction set, etc., to just define the brain only. Next stage, with mathematics and other things, they can define the cognition theory. And most of the algebra are given here. Due to lack of time, or to make it short, I am not just exposing the names of the things, like we need something for visual algebra, something for real-time process algebra, then concept algebra. So many new types of algebra have emerged from this thing. So to conclude, I found one interesting thing in the main conference title also. Whether cognitive computing is going to be a disruptive technology. Basic definition of disruption is a kind of shaking or disturbing kind of thing. But now, if a cognitive computer is defined, what is the guarantee that it will not be disrupted? If it is disrupted, it will eat us. So, with respect to the ethics and moral values, all our mathematical modeling or our introduction should be defined. We can try out, or to put the other way, we can go for mathematical modeling, but trying everything for reality will lead to issues also. So with this, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balasundaram. The one point that I want to leave with the audience from your presentation is it's also, when we talk about artificial intelligence, when we talk about machine learning, when we talk about all that, I think it is also one of the critical components that the evaluation and assessment of what the artificial intelligence will do or will not do, etc., is a continuous process. And that needs to be kept continuous. That is very critical. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much. This puts a lot of pressure on Dr. Pattabhiraman, because both of them have taken a part of his time. But I'm going to challenge you, Pattabhiraman, how short you can make it. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank management, Sri Krishna Institution, and CEO of Krishna Institution for giving me this opportunity to come over here and give some, participate some discussion on related to AI, cognitive science, and mathematical engineering. As Chief Mentor said already, my co-panelists were already taken my time, as well as they have given more input on it. I'm a last speaker in this panel, so I don't know what I have to do, but however, I prepared something I will show you, and I will give some input on these three paradigms. Because if you take artificial intelligence, that is a big ocean. we can talk separately in detail. The same way, if you talk about mathematical engineering, it's another big ocean, because without mathematics, nothing in computer. And another area, it's cognitive science. It's another big area where all this biological and intelligence and RNA, DNA systems all together and putting into computer and getting some kind of favorable output, which will help the doctors, or else I can say that it will help some of the healthcare area where we will come up with some kind of better solution. So my presentation, I will cover all these three aspects. I will start from A in overview. I will give overview of A, and I will give some overview about the mathematical engineering, how the mathematical engineering playing vital role in this artificial intelligence as well as cognitive science. And at last, I will touch that cognitive science, how this AI and mathematical engineering, which will bridge the gap in cognitive science. So I will just give the overview. It's not completely in deep, but I will try to cover that certain extent that you can understand what is all three. If you put together all three, how it is going to work. So the A, it's an old concept. It is not a new concept, but before A, we have some scientific methods. What is that scientific methods? So first you have to observe anything. First you have to observe. Okay, I can say that observe the event. Okay, so assume that today you people are sitting here and you are all observing various talk from morning to till evening, and you are automatically taking some kind of input throughout the day, what we discussed from morning to till evening, and develop some model based on the input what you received. You have to develop the model, but the model, sometimes I can say that that is the hypothesis which make the prediction to explain that particular event. So this will help us to understand what it has happened, what is that event, so that I can, through that event, I can predict something. Then, yes, whatever the prediction you have done, is it correct? So for that, it is very, very important that you have to test. You have to test and predict with particular data. Then observe the result, whether that result is going to be useful or the results are good enough to solve your real-time problem. And if not, then you go back, you revise your hypothesis, and you can repeat as needed. And technically, we will call that number of epochs. Okay, try to solve if you use that artificial neural networks, you can say that number of epochs. What is that? It is the number of time you are going to repeat the process. So when you do that, automatically you will get some kind of successful output that could be your scientific theory. So see that model and test, it's keep on running. It's keep on running. So where from this scientific model can we come up with some kind of intelligent system? Towards developing this, can we come up with some intelligent system? So that is what the artificial intelligence were introduced. As co-panelists said, our Sabarimalai Manigandan sir, there is no proper definition for artificial intelligence, but however, the scientist named John McCarthy coined some a definition in 1956. That is, what is artificial intelligence? The artificial intelligence is science and engineering for making intelligent vision, and especially it will be operated through computer program, and also it is relating the similar tasks using by computer and understanding human other intelligence, but point is that does not confine itself, the methods are biologically observed because it cannot replicate the human brain. That's what the point. So then what is the intelligence here? Intelligence is the computational part, its ability to achieve the goal, varying kinds of degree of intelligence. It's differ from individuals. Because people to people, the intelligences differ. And you know that the intelligence are there in the animal, intelligence are there in the machine. So we can say that it's an engineering computer programming where we will give some intelligence knowledge, where we will operate some of the programming model which will come up with some better solution in the intelligence way. That's what the artificial intelligence says. What is the purpose of this artificial intelligence? Normally, there are two purposes. All the scientists say that, particularly Simon has given some input on this. But there are two purposes. One is use the power of computer to augment human thinking, and just we can use motors to augment human or as powers. What is it? It is a robotic and expert system are the major branch. And the other one is the computer, artificial intelligence, to understand how the human thinks. For example, humanoid way, if you test your program, it will accomplish all the requirement and it will doing the, it is equal to cognitive science and it will give some understanding the human mind. That's the purpose of AI with the two different paradigms. So, is it thinking humanly is a cognitive science? Yes, we have some researcher has given some definition, particularly in 1966 when we talk about the cognitive revolution, the information processing, psychological, repelled behaviorism. So where the cognitive science bring together theories and experimental evidence, and it will model the internal activity of the brain. So what level of abstraction, knowledge, circuits, which need to be applied, and how we can validate the model. This is that even just once Balasubramanian sir finished that, sir posted one question to everyone, testing, validating your model. It's a big challenging, because you know that the people are talking about machine learning, deep learning, so many new technologies, but how far it's performing better, whether we can use what kind of test we can carry out to validate your model. So validation, efficiency, errorless, it's very, very important. So in that aspects, how to validate that model, that is predicting, testing behaviors with respect to human subject, it's top-down approach, and direct identification from neurological data, that is bottom-up approach. And because taking the neurological data, it's very difficult, because we are not a doctor. Even sometimes the doctor cannot reveal all the information what it is there in your brain. So it's very difficult. And building computer or machine to simulate the model and respond the results. That is, so we are using computer system to come up with some kind of evaluation which will help us to understand how these things are working, so that the result we are getting through simulation. So in A, we have two broad categories. We will call it as one weak A and strong A. What does that claim? What is that weak? What is that strong? So if you take weak A, it is a machine that can made to act as if they were intelligence. It's a machine can act as a intelligence, but that's a weak A. I can say that it's a weak, because we are making the machine to act as intelligent. But strong A, machine that can act intelligently, have real conscious mind. But I'm telling you, my friends, we have not reached this stage that strong A. But really the strong A, it should work like a human mind, conscious mind. That stage we have to reach, but the people are telling it's not far away. Soon we are going to reach that. So Yeah. What is intelligence? How we are going to test that when we are telling that, how we are find that the intelligence. The researchers define that when you say some intelligence, it has to follow or it has to clear the Turing test. What it is Turing? You know that. I don't want to give much input about that Turing. Alan Turing, the person who invented and he got that all the awards and all. So they are calling that Turing test. So any machine can be described thinking machine if it passed the Turing test. Then only we can say that it is a thinking machine. Okay, if human agent and engaged the two isolated dialogue connected by terabytes, one with computer and other with other human, the human agent can really identify which dialogue in which computer. Okay, so it's very important. Any intelligent system, if it pass the Turing test, then only we can call it as intelligent. Otherwise, it's not. So the intelligence through the Turing test, human communicate with the computer via teletype, and if human cannot tell is talking to the computer or another human, it passes. How? By using the various techniques which is available. For example, NLP, speech to text, text to speech. You know that, Alexa. There are Google Voice, Siri. There are n number of applications. Okay, and knowledge representation, automated reasoning, and machine learning. So this is all the technology which built this kind of applications. So I had a vision to robotic to get total tuning test. So all this technology we can build with robot which will give the test. So these are all the various branches of AI. I am not going in depth on all this, just to understanding I am giving the various branches of AI, where it will start from logical AI, search, NLP, etc., etc. But I will touch some of the mathematical aspects where we are using some of the mathematical engineering in AI. So you know that searching, okay? Searching is one mathematical approach. It is widely used, particularly I can say that gaming. Okay, particularly I can say that the gaming. So these are all the various important area where we are using some mathematical thing. So search space where you know that game theory. So all that complete game development, it's based on the searching problem. Okay, it's a completely the mathematical aspects where we will use the game theory. Learning also very important. Okay, only I have the mathematics, then I'm going to apply my learning model. Okay, where the learning model you have the discovery, data mining, explanation. That is explainable. Learning is discovery and data mining. No explanation means I can say that neural networks, case-based reasoning. So this technology will come into it. Then you can have a ability-based area where you can bring this knowledge into it. That is computer vision, natural language recognition, as well as natural language generation. Both are there. And speech recognition, speech generation, because this playing vital role in robotics and other voice assistant system, particularly game and entertainment applications. So this is a model of your knowledge-based deployment, where you have the real-world problem, and that problem can be analyzed, and you have the representations, where you have the reasoning system. Through that, can we get some solution? So for getting such a solution, AI is playing as an agent. So what is that? We have the agent, we can have a sensor, we can have the environment, we have the model. So the model will connect to agent. So the agent will connect with the environment have connected with sensors. So likewise, it's fully developing one intelligent system through that intelligent agent in the world. So agent, ability to think, and he must have a prior knowledge, and he should have a past experience, and he should know what is a goal, and he must have some kind of observations. And collectively, it has put into the action. Okay, that action should help the environment. So through that, we can again go back with the agent. So see that finally we were combining all this technology, that NLP, computer vision, psychological sensing, mining of intersection logs, all this, so that the agent will work accordingly, so that we are able to get the intelligence agent. So the combination of all this A and mathematical engineering, we can come up with some kind of solution. Okay, that's called knowledge representation. And reasoning, decision theory, where this is the one I can say that it's circle process which will compute and it will give a better results. Now, I'm moving to the mathematics. So far, I have given some input on that A path, mathematics. Normally, if you take that mathematics in A, I already told you, without mathematics, nothing. But in mathematical foundation, you have that artificial intelligence, it's the direction to aim developing the mathematical model based on the obstacles such as lack of robustness, and entire training process is theoretical way. And mathematical problem with respect to A, it's a direction to focus the mathematical problem, setting such inverse problem, partial differential equation, and goal employ method from artificial intelligence, which will develop the superior solvers. Okay, so many more mathematical aspects which we are using in A. You know, there are n number of even Bayes theorem, and all the machine learning, we are using mathematical concepts. So here the mathematical foundation of artificial intelligence says that expressivity, learning and optimization, generalization, explainability, this is the 5 top pillar of mathematical engineering which will help the artificial intelligence. And in artificial intelligence with mathematical problem is inverse problem, partial differential equation. This both will play a vital role with respect to mathematical problem, the AI with mathematical problem. Now I'm moving to the cognitive science. This is the evolution of cognitive science from 1978 to till 2020. Each level, different researcher were introduced different variety of cognitive system. So this just the representation of it. Now, how to bridge A and cognitive science. A and cognitive science across the broad set of topic, which including perception, language, reinforcement learning, planning, human-robot interaction, and animal cognition. It's having capability of still classified as A, which include advanced chess system, self-driving car, etc. There are n number of cognitive system which integrated with intelligence knowledge, so it will serve for the purpose. So these are all some state-of-art application with respect to A and cognitive system. So where it will facilitate to replace the human decision making. The example is world-class chess and game playing robot, automatic process control, understanding limited spoken language, and a smarter search engine, engage the meaningful conversation, observe and understand the human emotion. Yeah, it's very, very important. In today's environment, as a young students are sitting here, we need, you people are, sometime if you are stressed, you need some people or some person want to talk to you. So that we have already online voice-oriented voice recognition system which will understand your stress and it will give some valuable input. And all this will used for various for developing the various application. You know that what was ELISA? It is a chatbot, Turing test competitor, a friend model. I can say that it's a model and friend. It will help you to solve all these problems. Watson, IBM introduced, it was an old one, but IBM introduced Watson applications. Okay, it's an application based on NLP and information retrieval, where the knowledge representation, reasoning, and machine learning technology were combined, and they come up with some tool to answering your domain-oriented question. These are all the some of the real-time applications. Okay, Honda humanoid robot and domestic robots, which all having some A and cognitive put together. They come up with some robots, domestic robots, and yeah, military robots, and Habeo, it's another thing. These are all the, then RoboCup, it's introduced recently, that Robo will play. Now, what is the applications of cognitive science with AI? These are all the various application area. Education and operation research. In education, how long can learners stay fully focused on the talk? That is, as our chief mentor told, that after lunch, post lunch, we are talking about mathematical engineering. Are people mindfully listening us? I don't know. We'll have a system to check whether you people are listening or not. That's what that application which comes with cognitive science with AI. And how does the brain decode, deliver the information? So how your brain works on it, and how can you avoid the distraction to improve your focus? When the teacher is taking some class, your friend, he may disturb you. How to avoid that? All this is possible. Then operations research is another area where we are going to apply this application of cognitive science and AI, and human factor engineering, and HR, human resource management, and medicine is another area where we have the strong application with cognitive science with AI, because both this cognitive science and AI work completely based on the mathematical engineering. So these are all some of the recent outcome of AI based applications, but that is AI in the movies and AI in the real life. And why the interest in AI? Because we have a robot, it's going to work as a labor, science and technology, and applications, various sensor-based applications, and medical diagnosis. So what else? So everything which comes in that. So where the cognitive science, mathematical, and AI together play a vital role. So this is what the point I want to stress you, that all three paradigms, if joined together, definitely we have a very good real-time solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pattabhiraman. We have completely run out of time, but looking at the audience, I tend to give maybe two questions. Two short questions. You can say who you are, which class or what you're doing, and then ask your question. Short questions. Anyone in the audience, please? You know, normally when we get no response in the class, we always say, at least I always say, there are two interpretations of that. One, everything has been so clear, I have understood everything. The other one is everything has gone like this, so nothing has made sense. I hope it is the former with all of us. I must thank the three panelists for having spoken about this topic. I'm quite certain that all of you are using your mobile devices, and you will find that day after day, the application of artificial intelligence is increasing. whatever they call AI. Pattabhiraman was talking about the definition of AI. Balasundram also was touching upon that. But artificial intelligence in some form or the other has been applied in your day-to-day life, and that you will find is transforming your own lives. This is one point. For example, if you went, let's say, to Paramudar Nilayam yesterday, today the information that you get on something else completely different will have some relationship to where you went yesterday. You will observe it even in your maps and all that, location. So artificial intelligence is here to stay. The question that all of us are addressing today in this session is whether the artificial intelligence, the cognitive science that you have, which is related more to the human behavior, which is fundamentally, basically, intrinsically, it combines areas like psychology, for example, the emotions that you have, all that, whether that can be incorporated, integrated into artificial intelligence. That is question number one. Question number two, is it also possible for us to come out with some mathematical, you can call it framework, you can call it algorithm, whether you can transform some of these into mathematical algorithms which will make sense for you to apply in your life. That becomes the next question. And the last question, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, is about the ethical part. Is it not necessary when you talk about artificial intelligence for you to continually monitor, assess the implication, the impact of artificial intelligence on society and on larger purpose? That becomes the third question. So I will leave all of you with these three thoughts for you to pursue. And I thank all the panelists on behalf of all of us, and I thank Sri Krishna for your magnanimity and generosity. Thank you very much.
We do not remember days. We remember moments, and one such moment has been captured here. We are happy to present the moment to the dignitaries.
Now we are going to have the valedictory session, the final valedictory session for the day. We request Dr. Balakrishna Deman and Principal to come to stage, please.
Change your thoughts, change your world. We once again welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of the 12th International Conference on Cognitive Computing, a Disruptive Technology. It's an honor for me to invite Dr. R. Vijay Samandeshwari Ma'am, the esteemed Vice Principal of SKC, to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory function of the International Conference. In the empire of cognitive computing, our conference serves as a center for knowledge and innovations throughout the day. On this momentous occasion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our trustee, Sri K. Aditya sir, for his unwavering support and his vital role in shaping the direction and vision of our institution. I am particularly delighted to extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed CEO, Dr. K. Sundararaman sir, whose idealistic governance has been instrumental in making this event possible. I am happy to welcome our principal, a visionary leader who guides this institution towards excellence. We are also honored to have Dr. Balakrishnan Adiyaman, Senior Scientist and Head, Ministry on Earth Science, New Delhi. As our respected valedictory speaker, Dr. Adiyaman, brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to this gathering, which is sure to inspire us. I also welcome Dr. M. Dinesh Periyaswamy, Counselor, Medical Officer, Coimbatore Corporation. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our notable speakers and other respected delegates whose expertise have illuminated our understanding of cognitive computing. I invite you all to reflect on the knowledge gained, the connections made, and the inspiration ignited during our time together. Thank you once again for your support and active participation. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me invite our CEO, sir, to present a bouquet to Dr. Dinesh Periyasamy, sir. I also request sir to present a bouquet to Dr. Balakrishnan Adiyaman, Senior Scientist, Head Ministry of Earth Science, New Delhi. Thank you, sir.
I take this opportunity to invite Dr. M. Dinesh Periyasamy, Adolescent Counselor, Medical Officer, Coimbatore Corporation, to share his insights.
Good afternoon to all. I'm happy to be here. First of all, I felt very odd when I was called for this topic because it is all totally science and everything was there. To be honest, this topic, cognitive computing, I have heard only for the first time in the 2 months back. And so far, I know only about artificial intelligence. Then I started reading about what is that. So what is the similarity? What are the differences between that? So then once I started reading about that, I felt that I'm not an odd one. I'm also part of it. So I am Dr. Dinesh. I'm basically a pediatrician, which wherever I go, I have to tell myself because the work I'm doing in mental health has brought me towards mental health and away from pediatrics. But I'm basically a pediatrician. And I've been working with children, adolescents, and young adults up to 35 years of age. I'm doing direct counseling, and I'm going to colleges, schools, and Anganwadi centers, that is government-run Palwadi centers, which take care of children less than 6 years. I go there to teach Anganwadi teachers about early identification of problems. So this is what I do. So we'll go to the topic since I know it is we are running late. We will have some time for discussion at the end of the session because that is what I will be very keen about. So basically, the brain connect, it transcends towards all the ages from childhood. The prefrontal cortex is something which is going to grow from your early ages to up to 25 years of age. The maximum growth is going to happen near of 25 years of age. What all it does, it is what I have given. It basically decides your personality, your impulsivity, how you are going to face a challenge, how you are going to present yourself in a public event, or whatever you are planning. Everything is being governed by the prefrontal cortex. But you can see there is a connection with the limbic system of the brain, which takes care of the emotions. Emotions decides every thought and your behavior. It is always linked. Even though you may think that I have kept my emotions aside and I am going to think and decide and do something, you are having a basic kind of emotion to not think about emotion. So the limbic brain and the prefrontal cortex, their mutual work is what makes you who you are. So the cognitive system, basically, it's not just intelligence or problem solving. It is the socio-conventional knowledge. What are the cultural things which we have learned? Everything decides our cognitive development. It is also the mathematical knowledge and the language, which is the receptive language and the expressive language, which constitutes to the overall literacy also. So all these combine and form the cognitive ability of a person. So we'll go to the psychological impact. Basically, I have not made out any format for this. I will go as points so that as a whole you can feel what I'm trying to say you. So basically, after the usage of smartphones or the artificial intelligence or the cognitive computing which is developed throughout the years, recently, the need for memory in short term and long term is being reduced now. In my work and my colleagues' work, we don't need memory at all. Every day, we can see the phone and plan for our treatment strategy also, even for patients. So the previous senior person was talking about how we can help people by forming algorithms. There are already algorithms for treating patients to diagnose things, and now there are also algorithms being formed to psychologically assess a person and to help them out. So the need for memory in any sorts of work is not there. So there is no need for us to memorize everything. So the short-term and long-term memory as a whole, we are now in a reducing pattern. The need is not there now. And the need for focus is also reduced. Since the memory requirement is not needed, we are not focusing on anything because we don't need to memorize everything. So we don't need to focus. So basically, that's why we don't need to focus at all. So the problem solving and decision making skills are nowadays not required because all the problem solving things are being done by, see, even if I use my phone for even, for example, I told about this topic, reading about cognitive computing, I didn't go to any library at all. It's just my phone. The phone is going to teach me whatever I want to learn. So any problem solving, I'm not going to meet any people, I'm not meeting my friends, I'm not meeting my professors or people from other disciplines. I have not, even after coming here, I have not talked even a single word to anybody, but still I'm talking about it. Maybe a positive thing, but in a way, this is not the right way of learning something or discussing it, because I don't understand the whole concept of it. I only talk about the mental health concept of it. So whatever problem solving things comes, since we are helped by something else, the practice of using problem solving abilities is reduced nowadays. So as I was telling, there was no need of focus also. The amount of dedication we are putting in something which is holistically done by you is also being reduced, because something or somebody else can help you now with finishing your thesis or something like that. In your college, everywhere there is a help. Now there is just this chat GPT is there. I last time went to a college, the professor was telling, she was not sure whether it is done by that student or not, because the thesis work was so brilliant, the student was not able to explain about it. So the dedication is not required now. So what happens is, when we are not dedicated to something, can we really take the pride of the success, or can we really lose something? If we are not involved in something, we can't really enjoy the success of it. So we are not even going to take up the failure also. So what happens? We don't really matter about the success and failure. We take it everything lightly. So this is a process of resilience which develops from your childhood. Now with children being exposed to all forms of artificial intelligence, this kind of resilience building, which is basically from problem solving skills and being dedicated, all these things is going to be reduced. So now we are seeing, I am personally seeing, and my colleagues are personally seeing, there are many adults or adolescents who are finding it hard to be motivated. Basically, for a basic motivation, they are finding it hard, because there is a lack of resilience which is not being built. Because now adolescents, they are exposed to all forms of help from smartphones and everything. For the past 5 or 10 years, they are finding it really difficult. And even for a self-evaluation, if you go to do the browser and check for what is your personality, you can check your personality, you can check how you perform. Everything is done and given to you by somebody else and something. It's going to increase exponentially in future. Now there are very few things to assess you. Now in future, it's going to be the market, because we have forgotten the skill of self-evaluating ourselves. We need somebody else or something else to tell you what you really want. Who am I and what I really want is, this kind of self-evaluation is not going on nowadays. So we need help. So the need for self-evaluation is not at all required now, because there is something else to evaluate you, something else to make you understand that this is what you are. But can it be real? Can it be real when somebody else is going to assess you? It's not going to be. So since the program is there to evaluate and give us what we need, we really don't know who we are and what we want. What we want is always different from somebody else. But a program will always give you what you need based on your age, based on your studies, and based on your socioeconomic background. But a personal feel of everybody having some need or some wish or some goal is defined by an individual core thinking, which cannot be programmed, which cannot be given an algorithm and made to find. So I feel now, with the advent of smartphone and social networking, humans are becoming now less reliable. I am seeing many people who don't trust others. They are happy being alone. They want to find happiness within themselves. They are happy when they want to go on a long ride or anything. Because they have lost the trust in others. Because when they trust, they are being disappointed. There's an heartbreak. The friendship is not valued. All these things has made now the best friend is, smartphone is the best friend. It is always available. It never fails you. You can charge it whenever you want. It can change based on your needs. Even today morning, there is whatever I am talking to my wife, everything my phone is listening and giving me recommendations. In the form of images or in the form of reels, everything it is monitoring every day. So I feel I don't need anybody. With the phone, I can be very happy. So humans are becoming now less reliable. And this programming thing, what I'm telling is, this kind of emotional support through phone and social media, people are finding that to be a better, stable emotional support, which is not really true. Because momentary feel of emotional support is always there. But in-person emotional support can never be replaced. So, as I was telling, they can't replace the warmth of a mother. A real a sibling who is there when you are in a very tough time, all these things cannot be replaced. Even with the best algorithm, you give a person, you create an artificial intelligence which can help you, the warmth of a real person is not going to be met. But the easy accessibility and availability of these kind of programs and artificial intelligence has made us to choose that in spite of humans. So we know that we are a consumer of a large market. We are made to think what really matters. What really matters is being decided by the overall market and the overall community. Do we really know what we want? Or every person, now the common idea of individual thinking has come. Everybody wants to earn and get a house, get a car. Is it really what we want, or is it something which we are made to think so? So this kind of thinking even is not possible nowadays. So are our wishes and dreams and problems, even the problems, is it truly ourselves, or is it created by an environment which says that you are having a problem? I have seen many patients where the parents bring their children telling that they have a serious problem. But when I check them, that will be the last visit with that patient, because that person or 15-year-old girl or boy is not having any mental health issue as such. He or she is not responsible for that. So the next 4 sessions is going to be with the parents. So who is the real problem? We really don't know. If we are going to follow what all being said in the community through our smartphones, we really miss the basic problem which is affecting us. So as I was telling, these are going to lead to a decrease in communication skills as a whole. And what has happened in a country like India, where there is a stigma about sexuality, there is a porn industry is growing up throughout the world, and in countries where there are limited communication about these things, adolescents are being fed with wrong information, and they are finding it very hard to, live their lives, their idea about sexuality, their own sexuality and their relationships. It's all being affected overall. These are making real mental health issues within the family, within personal space, and in the communities. There are a lot of mental health issues coming up. So I thought this movie was about war and thing. Once I finished the movie, it's all about relationship issues. The core idea of the movie is not able to have a stable relationship, or not able to find who is the real soulmate or whatever it is. Now we are having a need of somebody or something to even find a soulmate for us, or to say what is a soulmate. If really soulmate is something there, or we have to make it. Every day there are quotes telling you how to be, how to look for a person, how to find the exact match for you. Everything is being taught to you. But what about what we really feel is left out. So this leads to an inability to form or maintain a relationship, and there is an increase in marital conflicts also due to increased social connectivity. Now, due to all sorts of social connectivity, people who are not able to emotionally regulate themselves, they are finding it hard. Because you imagine a 35-year-old or a 40-year-old who is about to have a link showing from the Facebook that your friend, your ex-lover is there. She is ready to make friendship with you. He is tempted. He is tempted to revive that friendship. Now, these kinds of things are all happening. He wouldn't be interested in that previously, but this kind of things is giving him an idea to find more happiness through that, and these are all leading to marital conflicts in a social situation which is not suitable for that. So current trends of relationships in this individualistic society with confusing gender roles is influenced by foreign culture. That is, whatever our culture is trying to teach you is not at all relevant now, because we are not being taught by our elders or ancestors, whatever it is. Now our basic knowledge is through our smartphone. So the cultural value, whatever it is going to be a universal thing, which is a confusing thing, which is going to be happening every day. This confusion is going to happen every day. So this is becoming a burden for our young parents. I know it is very early to tell to you, but this is what is happening. New age parents are finding it very difficult to handle their children. They don't know what to teach because there are 8-year, 10-year-old children. They say that they have fallen in love with a girl. A boy is telling that he is in love with a girl, and the mother is clueless. The mother comes to me, how to explain this situation? Even before attaining puberty, they know what is love. They want to know what is love. Even the forms of attraction, everything, children are ready to discuss, but parents are not ready to discuss because they are clueless. They don't know what to discuss. Because in our culture, it is so different. In a world now which is influenced by overall all cultures, you can't really know what to teach them. I'll be rushing now. So there is basically a generational shift because of this technology. It's not, usually there will be a generational drift. There will be a slow change in our cultural ideas or values. Now there is a shift which we can't really understand. So now there is another thing. There will be a difference between people who are using this kind of AI and smartphones on all these things, and there will be a difference between those who are not using all these things. What about the poor and the elderly who are not using all these? How can we really connect to them? Can we really have a discussion with them? Can we sit and chat with them? It is very, very hard nowadays because they are in a different world. We are in a different world now. So I think there are a lot of negative things. We will skip on to the positive things then, since due to lack of time. I will say only the important things. So I was telling about communication also. Even the expression of emotions will be a difficult thing in now and the near future, because to understand others' emotions, the communication skills is both verbal and non-verbal. Non-verbal communication is not being addressed through our social connectivity. You can't explain your emotion through an emoji always. I have many times found that there are not emojis enough to express our emotion. So to really understand somebody's emotion, you really have to start communicating. Okay. I will say this now. So previously there used to be a difference between people, children who are rich. They won't have much of motivation. They will be fun-loving. They don't have a larger goal or this kind of things. Now people with children who are growing with smartphones are also feeling the same. They feel they have everything. They feel they can become a gamer in future and can earn and enjoy their life. So there is not much difference between any rich and poor kid nowadays. Now any kid feels like he or she is rich. So of course I have to say some benefits. It is helping the elderly. We are able to reach out to them and help them. Even physically and mentally challenged people are having a lot of help through cognitive computing. Of course, it is useful for distraction. If you find this topic not so interesting, you can just use your phone. It's so easy. So you don't need to find distraction from yourself. So, and it is useful for people who are introverts, who don't like to have any social activity, gaming and fun, and it removes loneliness on a instant basis, even though it doesn't work for a long time. So it is useful in knowledge sharing and social connectivity and finding like-minded people, feeling that you belong to something. People who find lonely, they are finding Facebook groups or groups where they have a sense of belonging there. So to conclude, this PPT is not created with ChatGPT. I have personally typed every word of it. So I want to give a humanistic approach here. Only some images may be there. My wife wants to make it because it's so boring. She saw the thing and she wanted to add some images. So due to a good communication pattern with my wife, I have added some images. So there are modern advances are unavoidable and it is already part of our lives. So it is about finding a balance in using AI and being sensitive and aware about ourselves and others. That is what decides your communication pattern. It is about how we feel, what we are going to express them. It's not only about talking. It is about making somebody understand. And it is about understanding them not only by their words, but beyond that. So it needs a level of communication beyond words. So as the last line is, there is better communication is what is primary. The communication should be holistic. So if you are able to bring in AI or cognitive computing into better communication to people in need, you can make your life better, and people who are dependent also, you can make their lives better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, let me invite CEO sir to give a small introduction of Dr. Balakrishnan Athiyaman sir, Senior Scientist, Head.
Thank you, Dr. Periswamy. One thing I like to tell you about Dr. Periswamy's family is that his father-in-law is one of a very close friend of me. He has been helping the colleges wherever I worked to reform the students. For the last 50 years, whenever I found any student at the adolescent age in colleges, they have some problem, behavioral problem. Immediately I will call him, his father-in-law. Very difficult to get an appointment, but somehow or other, when I call him, he will immediately pick up. The very same day, he will give an appointment to the students, and he does the counseling. And after his certification that the student is okay only, I will allow him inside the college. I think every year I send around 50 to 60 students to him. He has reformed many of the students who are in very good places now. Now we have a celebrity, a person who has achieved many things in his life. And most of you, especially computer science students, will be dreaming about one type of computer, that is the supercomputer. You know, the supercomputer is something which we only dream. Many might not have seen. But we have a person who is heading the supercomputer in India, who brought the first supercomputer to this country, involved in getting the first supercomputer in the country in 1990. In fact, he was selected as a lecturer in one of the local colleges in Coimbatore, where I was working. Fortunately, he didn't join. He got a call from Delhi. He traveled all the way to Delhi and joined the Ministry of Earth Science, and especially the National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. And he has been working for 28 years. He joined there as a senior scientist, scientific officer, and is attached to the Computer Network Division of the NCMRWF, in the year 1990. He is now working as Scientist F, that is, head of the supercomputing division and managing the state-of-art high-performance computing facility in this country. That is the biggest computer, that is we call it as a supercomputer in India, which he is managing. He has played many vital roles in acquiring supercomputers from other countries as early as 1990. In 1990, I think many of you would have seen only a desktop computer. We might not have seen a laptop. But he has acquired a supercomputer that time for this country. He actively involved in upgrading the high-tech support infrastructure in weather center. You know, the medium range weather forecasting, especially for agriculture, their organization does. He has taken a lead role in design, decision making of IT-enabled system in his organization of Supercomputer Center. His domain area of research include data analytics, data mining, neural network, deep learning, etc. He has received many awards like Bharat Jyoti Award, Corporate Leadership Award, International Intellectual Development Award, Rajiv Gandhi Excellence Award for his outstanding contribution to the society. Dr. Adiman has received a prestigious scientific award from UNDP, United Nations Development Program, in the year 1995. He is a life member for many prestigious institutions like CSI, Computer Society of India, IEEE, IMS, etc. And he is a member of various high-level technical committees. During his career, Dr. Adiman has presented and published many research papers at national and international conferences. He has organized various national and international conferences. He has been closely associated with us. In fact, he has invited our students to his supercomputer center. I told him that next year, that is coming academic year, we are planning to take around 50 students from Krishna Arts and Science College to Delhi, sponsored by the management, to the supercomputer center, where you are going to spend one full day there, which he has invited. On his invitation, we are all going there. So now I present to you Dr. Balakrishna Adiman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening. Actually, morning my plan was different. Now my plan is different because due to the presenter, I think I'm since morning I waited here for 1 hour and I have listened the speakers' topics. So I have to change my entire talk today. So I have, after lunch break, I have made my presentation in different way. So that is more interesting to the all computer science students as well as the research community. Before that, I want to thank Chairperson Malarvili Madam and Trustee Aditya and Dr. K. Sundar Raman sir, CEO, Sri Krishna Institutions, and my dear distinguished invitees in the international institutions, and Dr. R. Jagjeevan, Principal, SKAC, and Vice Principal Madam Dr. Vijaya S., and Dean Computer Science, KJSM. Okay, KJSM, sorry, I'm not able to give you full explanation. KJSM, I thought is short form your name. Okay, so Dean Computer Science. Thank you very much, and once again, thank you very much for Dr. Rajan sir and Dr. Rajesh and Dr. Suresh for accommodating me for the past 24 hours. And I will go straight away to my presentation. So already CEO told, so next academic session, I think he's going to bring a student to my center the supercomputing facility. Before coming to my center, the students should know. Students should know what is supercomputer. Okay, just I will. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please, sir, please, if you don't mind. Yeah, it is more interesting topic. So computer science student and data science student, and I heard this institution having a lot of courses related to computer science, data science, and AI and machine learning techniques. In future, if you want to communicate to me, just I have written. Yeah, I have written in my email ID. This is the last line. Just you note it down. adyaman.b@nic.in. Any type of queries related to computer science and related to meteorology and atmospheric science. So basically, I am a computer scientist. For the past 33 years, I am working in this department, in the weather department, as a HPC head. Yeah. You see, we purchased 2014. Actually, in the center started 1988, and I joined the center 1990. So CEOs are told the first supercomputer purchased under my supervision. It is not like that. After purchase first supercomputer, I joined. The second supercomputer onwards, it is under my supervision or under my membership or chairmanship. We purchased these supercomputers. So what is supercomputer? What do you understand about supercomputer? Basically, the understanding about supercomputer means it is a big memory, high speed and storage, and solves many mathematical complex problems. That is the things, the human understanding. Really, that is correct, because basically the supercomputer is nothing but a combination of small computers. What is combination of small computers? So compare 20,000 laptops. 20,000 laptops, high-speed laptops, is stacked into it is a cabinets, in different cabinets, and it is connected, interconnected. It is interconnected and gives the output. This is a layman language, just you understand like that. This is called cluster computing. This is called cluster computing concept. So this IBM iDataPlex machine, HPC system, we purchased in 2014. So why I have selected? Before that, we purchased near about 3-4 supercomputers. So I have not shown today here, because this one is, I had this presentation, I told in the lunchtime I prepared for these slides, which is important slide for today's relevance. So the IBM iDataPlex HPC system had the connection diagram. You see, this is inside the network connectivity, how it is connected to the nodes and how it is connected to the processor level. So each and every HPC company, they are mainly concentrating how the interconnectivity between the nodes. That is a very, very important thing everyone should know. So here in the IBM supercomputer, the IBM iDataPlex HPC system, the connectivity is made by that technology is called InfiniBand technology. The technology called InfiniBand technology. Now we are having the latest supercomputer. It's a Cray. So supercomputer latest one, which is 2.8 petaflop system. That is Cray. I'm going to explain that. That is having the technology of Aries. ARIES, Aries technology. And why I am telling this one, the connectivity is very important. How it is connected to the nodes and how it is the message passing system is happening. So this IBM computer is having the InfiniBand connectivity, and this one is having the 350 teraflop speed, and storage is 300 terabyte, and archival is 6. So this system, all the supercomputing facility systems are having a very hi-fi storage system, archival system, and memory system. So before I am connecting to the cognitive computing side, how the meteorology it is related to that, first you understand what is supercomputer, what is the speed and what is the configuration, what is the connectivity, and after that I will go slowly, I will shift to the cognitive computing and how it is related to the meteorology. And you see here, the networking topology and network connectivity is InfiniBand. It is very, very important. Each and every supercomputing company mainly concentrates the connectivity, the network part, how it is connected between the nodes and the processors. So this is the latest supercomputer which we are having, which is a 2.8 petaflop machine. So around this cost is around 400 crores. So we are using this computer for producing the medium range forecast, weather forecast. So maybe this is a very, very new subject for all the students and all the professors and lecturers. The meteorology and atmospheric science is a very different topic here as per the audience is concerned. So the supercomputer used for producing the medium range weather forecast. Just I will briefly touch the topic only. I will not go very in depth. So what is medium range? Medium range is nothing but producing 3 to 10 days advance forecast. Producing 3 to 10 days advance forecast. Today's 18th. Today is 18th? Correct. So 28th of March, so in the surrounding of Krishna Engineering College, Krishna Arts and Science College, what type of climatic conditions, whether rainfall will occur or not, or what is the humidity condition, what is the wind speed and all those things, we can able to predict. Using, that is called medium range forecast. Medium range means 10 days advance forecast. Low range means less than 3 days forecast. Long range means about 10 days forecast. That means maybe seasonal prediction. So the medium range forecast, producing the medium range forecast, it is required a high performance computing system. Okay. So the high performance computing system, so having the 2.8 petaflops system, this is the speed is always calculated by the flops, 2.8 petaflop peak speed, and I told you the connectivity. Again the connectivity, the Cray company, which is located at USA, they are having a different type of network technology and topology. So they are having the technology of Aries network technology and Dragonfly topology. Each and every supercomputing company, they are having their own type of technology. So Cray company is having Aries technology, and the storage is around 6 petabyte. The storage capacity, hard disk, 6 petabyte, and the archival system, it is 18 petabyte. Archival is maybe nothing but external storage, and the storage is nothing but your hard disk. So don't confuse. Archival is external storage. You can store the data and take the data outside, like external hard disk or pen drive or your CD media or whatever. You can able to take the data outside. We are having the HPC system, we are having the cartridges, which is 15 terabyte of capacity and 30 terabyte of capacity, like that, for storing the data. And this is the basic configuration of the Cray XC40 system. You see the XC40 system, these are all the one cabinet, just I opened. One cabinet I opened, just opened this cabinet having a 48 blades. Actually, I told you, this laptop you are having motherboards. Every laptop having motherboards. Like that, this supercomputer also having the motherboard. His name is called blades. Okay, the blades is located here. So total 48 blades. Okay, there is a three groups, each group having the 16 blades. The blade is nothing but you can imagine is a motherboard. Okay, each blade is having 4 nodes and each node is having 2 processors and each processor is having 18 cores. This is basic one blade configuration. So why I am telling all those things? Because you understand the complexity of the supercomputers, complexity of the HPC system. Okay, so this is a basic configuration of these things. You see, we are designing. How we are designing? I told you, each blade is having 4 nodes, and each node is having 2 CPU, and each CPU is having 18 cores. So you calculate total 2,320 nodes. 2,320 nodes, and each node is having 2 processor, and each processor is having 18 cores. Okay, so I don't want to go in depth. These are all just for you how the supercomputer looks. Just for your imagination, I brought under this presentation. Okay, this is a backside. This is a backside. The cabinet backside, how the cabling structure, how the complex cables. You see, mainly why I put these slides here, because each and every total system or each and every cabinet is having a special pipeline. The supercomputer is required, it is running not only electricity, it is required a chilled water. It is required a chilled water. It is that much heat it dissipates. Each and every blade, this blade generates lot of heat. Generates lot of heat. For dissipating that, it is dissipating that heat. We require to pass through some type of chilled waters. That chilled water temperature is maybe 8 degree, 9 degree. 8 degree or 9 degree chilled water goes. Okay, so how it is goes and how it is dissipate the heat, you see here, this is a pipeline. This is a pipeline goes, and the pipeline sends the chilled water to the blade, and in the top of the blade, the chilled water goes and sprinkles. This is a technology, very fantastic technology. In the blade, in the top of the blade, it sprinkles the chilled water. The chilled water goes certain distance. You see the blade this much. So you see blade is only this much. Within that blade, the chilled water goes inside and sprinkles. The sprinkles, it goes that blade and certain distance level and evaporates. All those things very precisely controls. Very, very precise control. This is all humidity, all moisture, everything controlled. Okay, and depends upon the computer science student. Tomorrow, once you are visiting my center, it will be very interesting. And depends upon the rack, the total rack heat generates, the chilled water goes inside. If the rack is idle, the rack is not having any job, or we are not submitting any job, we are not using that rack, it is simply on. It is simply on. That time the chilled water not at all goes. So that is the technology. Each and every blade is having sensors. Each and every blade having sensors. So depends upon the blade needs, the sensors triggers how much water is required. If the blade is only 50% or the rack is only 50% on load, only the chilled water goes inside only 50%. So in that way, why I am telling, the technology, all those things evolves the sensors, okay, IoT. So this is the things I told you. This is the chilled water pipeline. This is a chilled water pipeline goes. The technology, the people, supercomputing company people are making this 400 crore rupees machine, and simply they will not just like that they'll make. They are very carefully designed. Very, very careful then designing part. And before delivery, we will go to the concerned site of that factory to check for acceptance, whether it is properly working or not. Okay? So this is packaging, how we are. This is only called, I told you, this is a blade. This is the blade. The technology is, so basically is a non-uniform memory access technology, is configuring the cluster of microprocessor in a multiprocessing system so that they can share the memory locally. They can share the memory locally. Okay? So this is a blade. You see the Aries chips, and this is a computer node. And all. So once you are visiting my lab in the computing facility, we will see practically there. Okay? So this is the connectivity, how it is connected. These are memory. So each and every processor is sharing the memory locally for getting the good speed and processing speed and all those things. Okay? So this is the Aries network, how it is connected, each and every backplane. Okay, now I will go to this basic structure of HPC system. I just glance. I only 10% only I shown what is in total configuration or total pictures. We see in weather community, just as a weather system, how we are doing, how we are producing the medium range forecast. I told you 3 to 10 days advance forecast, I told you. So in that 3 to 10 days forecast, how we are predicting. So actually weather data, normally weather data is very simple, okay? But weather data is large volume. Always you think large volume. This is always because the weather data we are collecting from various sources, from satellite, aircraft, surface, geostationary, and radio sound, DWR, Doppler weather radars, and ship. Nowadays through internet, through many sources we are getting. We are near about 500 GB per day we are collecting through this. And this all those data goes to the observation system, okay? This quality control, the data after collection, how we are, because we are having some AWS, automatic weather station also all over the India. All over India, automatic weather stations are there. We are collecting data, the temperature data, and rainfall data, humidity data, everything comes to the central location to IMD, and we are getting. And all those data goes to quality control, and quality control it goes to the data assimilation, and data assimilation process this NWP model. NWP means numerical weather prediction. Numerical weather prediction model, and I will come to that place. Numerical weather prediction model. This model is running in the supercomputer. Model is running in the supercomputer and gives the post-processing output. So what is model? NWP, numerical weather prediction model. So we are running the model in the supercomputing system and producing the output, the medium range output. So the model is nothing but a computer program. Model is nothing but a computer program written in Python or C language. Okay. So running that every day, we are running the model and producing the forecast. So this is a major source. We are data reception things. So you see, this is where we are global observation system. So each and every day we are receiving so much data, and it comes to the global communication system at Delhi. And after global communication system, we are receiving the data directly to NCMRW, we are processing. So we are having high-speed network. We are having high-speed network for downloading all those data. And 2 lines, we are having 10 Gbps line. Because weather data, I told you already, it is a very large volume. We require to have a very stabilized data line, internet line. Okay, so in my center, this NCMRW is connected with various international centers, various international weather centers for sending the data as well as the receiving data. So from USA, UK, Australia, Japan. So everything it is connected. It's all hotline. So we can pump the data directly and we can receive the data. So how now I will come to the point how it is connected. So this supercomputer now, you know, understand about supercomputer? Little bit, 5-10% you know now? Okay. So cognitive computing and meteorology. So mainly the data integration and analysis. So our supercomputing, I told you already, we are integrating or we are receiving many types of data. Not only exactly in the ASCII data, we are receiving like image data from satellite also. We are just I will read this. One of the key strengths of the cognitive computing in weather prediction lies in the ability to integrate diverse data sets. These data sets include the historical weather records, satellite imagery, radar data, atmospheric and weather station measurement data. Weather station measurement, I told you already, automatic weather stations. All over India, we are having AWS data. So by analyzing this wealth of the information, cognitive system can identify the patterns and take the correlations and anomalies and extract the actionable insight in the human forecaster might overlook. So cognitive computing assimilate the real-time weather data from millions of IoT connected devices worldwide. It is connected all over the India and all over the world. It is connected. We are connecting through that data. For this IoT means is all sensors. All sensors, because we are collecting the automatic weather stations. We are keeping in the weather monitoring instruments. Each instrument is having the sensors. It receives the data and passes through that. So I think it is a very good opportunity to do the PhD programs or PhD work in this field, because it is very good things using the technology and for producing some good results. So it will enhance the forecast accuracy. So this cognitive computing, this is actually traditional weather forecasting. What is traditional weather forecasting? In 25-30 years before, so there is no much supercomputing facility. So when I joined, in fact, before my joining, just I visited India Meteorological Department, which is located in Delhi, and there are branches there in Chennai as well as Kolkata, Mumbai, and all regional centers are there. And I visited Delhi center, and I have seen literally all scientists are checking the maps, and they are in the plotting on the hand, the drawings, how the pressures, how the rainfall patterns and all those things. So, but that prediction is only 50% or 40% only we can able to predict much. So the traditional models, it is very difficult to predict. It's a struggles to the accurately predict the onset the intensity of the extreme weather events. However, the cognitive computing system powered by advanced machine learning algorithms can analyze vast amount of historical weather data to identify the subtle of patterns and correlations. This is very, very important things. These algorithms can recognize the complex patterns, which is human not possible. So complex pattern in weather data and make the predictions based on the historical trends. So for example, machine learning models can analyze the relationship between the temperature, humidity, and air pressure to forecast the likelihood of precipitation or the intensity of the storms. So very easily, this cognitive computing facility, we can able to correlate, and you can able to make a relationship between these parameters. So very good facility we are having now. So ensemble forecasting. So this cognitive computing system very useful for the ensemble forecasting. What is ensemble forecasting? Ensemble forecasting is which is involves running multiple simulations which is slightly different initial conditions, okay, or the model configuration. By analyzing this ensemble forecast, cognitive computing system can provide probabilistic predictions, offering insights into this range of possible outcomes and their associated uncertainties. You see how it is looks, you see, this is the ensemble forecasting, how we are doing in my center, okay. There is a different type of ensemble prediction system which is slightly modification of initial value. So you see, I told you here, so which involve running multiple simulations with a slightly different initial condition. Multiple simulations, this one is multiple simulations with initial conditions of slight variations. So you will get a probabilistic forecast. So where we are using all those things, just I am giving you some thought. So climate modeling, what is climate modeling and long-term predictions? Climate modeling and long-term predictions, it is a cognitive computing is also transforming climatic modeling and allowing scientists to simulate a complex climate system and predict long-term weather trends with unprecedented accuracy. Actually, in my center, NCMRW, National Center for Medium Range Forecasting, is adopting the cognitive computing techniques to develop Earth system models that simulate interaction between the atmospheric, ocean, land, and ice. This is called coupled system. This is called coupled model. Okay, we are running coupled model regularly, and we are producing the system. This coupled model enables scientists to study the potential impacts of climate change. What is climate change? What is climatic condition? So I told you initially, there is a 3 type of forecast: low range, medium range, and long range. Long range means basically the climatic condition, actually that seasonal prediction, about 10 days or monthly prediction or 20 days, 25 days or monthly 6 months prediction. So seasonal, that is called seasonal. This another 6 months whether this time climate is dry or very hot or very cold, like that. This is a climate, basically it comes under the climate modeling. Actually NCMRW, it is runs this model and simulates the interaction between the atmosphere, ocean, land, and ice. This system enables scientists to study the potential impact of climate change on global weather patterns and develop strategic for climate reliance. I see here, this is the things I told you. This is a coupler: land, ice, ocean, and atmosphere, and sea ice. This is basically a coupled model. This model also we are running. So these complex models, coupled model, ensemble model, and all those things, for running these models, programs required a high performance computer. Without HPC or without supercomputing facility, this model is not possible, because this model needs very high-end computing power, as well as the storage, as well as the memory. Okay? And major advantage by using the cognitive computing in the atmospheric system, atmospheric science system, by using the cognitive computing techniques, meteorologists can significantly improve the accuracy of the weather forecast. So I think recently, 15-20 years before, if the forecast, if TV or IMD or my center, NCMRW, we are informing to public, the rainfall will occur this much centimeter and all those things to the Chennai or any other place. But probably maybe rainfall not occurs. Is it correct? Correct. Why? Because that time, 15-20 years or 25 years before, the data collection mechanism is very, very poor. We are not having enough stations to receive, enough technology to receive the data. So now, at present, we are having a very good technology for receiving the different type of 100% data. Not only from different stations, different countries. The other countries also, from USA, UK, Australia, they are also receiving data. That data also, we are getting that data. So we are having the 100% data now. So once we are having the 100% data, automatically the accuracy level definitely improves. Okay? So basic things. If you are, when you are doing PhD, 3-year or 4-year duration, so first 2 year or 2.5 years you may be spending for collection of data only. Once your data is okay, data is ready, then for your work is almost, you will complete. Data is very important. Data is very important. So nowadays, we are receiving the data 100%. So automatically our forecast also improves very highly. And using the cognitive technology, computing technology, the accuracy improves further. So the cognitive system can assimilate real-time data streams. So nowadays, I told you already, all over India, lot of automatic weather stations are there. They are all having these sensors. This sensor sends the data, real-time data also. When the real-time data comes, so immediately our system, once after quality checks, immediately goes to the system and we will able to run the model and predict. So that gives more quick information as well as the continuous updation of the prediction based on new information. This dynamic approach allows forecaster to provide timely and precise warning about the severe weather events such as cyclones, tornadoes and hurricanes. Okay. So the advantage, accurate weather prediction are essential for effective disaster preparedness and response efforts. Cognitive computing enables governments and emergency management agencies and communities to better anticipate and mitigate the impact of extreme weather events. This is very, very important because nowadays you know that whenever there is a flood, whenever it is cyclone, whenever it is some tsunami warning, lot of things. So nowadays we are very well in advance, we are informing to the government agency. So National Disaster Management System, and we are having a lot of other agencies, we are communicating to them very, very in advanced level. 1 week or 3 days, 4 days advance for evacuating the people from that area. So nowadays the death is very, very less compared to 15, 20 years before. So these are all because of the all technology development only. So as we continue to advance in cognitive computing and data science, the future of weather prediction looks promising. However, there are still challenges to overcome such as data quality issues. Quality issues, sometimes we are receiving data, but the quality issues are there. And model uncertainties. Because what is model? I told you model is nothing but a programming. It's a Python program and Fortran. So written by the scientist, a group of scientists, a community of scientists. It is a combination of formulas, equations. It is maybe 50,000 and 1 lakh lines of codes. It is not a simple 10 lines or 15 lines or 100 lines. It is a very big code that is called model. Okay, it is written by the community, not a single person. Okay, so in that uncertainty of that model uncertainty and the computational constraints. So we are having a very good model, but we are not able to purchase a high-speed computers very quickly. It is very difficult to purchase a supercomputer. It is a very big story that once again I will come and I will give a talk separately. Today is almost, I am taking over time. So cognitive computing is a transforming weather prediction by connecting the power of data analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. By integrating cognitive system into our forecasting workflow, we can enhance our understanding of the Earth's complex climate system and better prepare for the challenges of the changing climate. So conclusion, so cognitive computing represents a paradigm shift in the meteorology, atmospheric science, empowering forecasters and decision makers with the advanced analytical tool and insight to navigate the complexities of the Earth's atmosphere. As we continue to harness the potential of cognitive computing, let us strive to leverage this disruptive technology to build a more resilient and sustainable future. So each and every computer science student or data science student or IT student, or they should have some aim in their respective field. That is very, very important. Just one more 2 minutes I will take, because I want to encourage you for further. This is my thing. Actually, it is not get bored. All boring to nahi hai na? Sorry, bore adikile illa. Okay, good. Actually, the first supercomputer, I think Sundararaman sir சொன்னாரு, இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நாம் இருக்கும்போது தான் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணியாச்சுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு. இல்லை, நான் வந்து ரெக்ரூட் பண்ணி அங்கே போனோம்னுக்காட்டு தான் வந்து சூப்பர் கம்ப்யூட்டர், செகண்ட் சூப்பர் கம்ப்யூட்டர் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. நான் 1988 கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் முடித்தேன். அழகப்பா யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் எம்எஸ்சி கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் 1988. Okay. After that time only India first time got the supercomputer, 1988. So when Rajiv Gandhi, you maybe heard the name Rajiv Gandhi and Reagan, American President Reagan, Ronald Reagan. So they made a understanding, MOU, and we got the first supercomputer Cray. So 40 crore, 40 கோடியில் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணியாச்சு. So I completed my master degree from Alagappa University. So very big advertisement came that time in the newspaper, India first supercomputer purchased. So I requested my father, I want to see the supercomputer. My father is a very poor elementary school teacher. So he told, this is very difficult for going to see the supercomputer in Delhi, and also I pressurized that I want to go. So he told, somewhat managed, and he gave him money. Without knowing anything, no, I don't know any Hindi, I don't know anything, just I reserved the ticket in the GT Express, in the train, and I reached Delhi. One of my friend was there in Delhi, just he was working some company. Then I reached to him, and I told I came to see the supercomputer. He also surprised, supercomputer idhar hai? That time only he asked me. I told supercomputer Delhi they purchased. Then I visited that complex. Only in the gate. So president and prime minister ka kitna secure, how much secure, evlo security இருக்குமோ avlo adukku mela security. So 3, 4, 5 levels of security for entering the supercomputer. So in the main gate, அந்த செக்யூரிட்டி சொல்லியாச்சு, சார் இதெல்லாம் தம்பி இங்கெல்லாம் பக்கத்துலேயே வர முடியாது, நீ கிளம்பு ஃபஸ்ட்டு. சார் நான் தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து வந்திருக்கேன், நான் இதை பார்க்கணுன்னே வந்திருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ரொம்ப கெஞ்சி பார்த்தாச்சு, ரொம்ப ரிக்வஸ்ட் பண்ணியாச்சு. அவர் சொல்லியாச்சு, நோ, this is not possible. It is a lot of permission is required, even Prime Minister permission is required. It is not possible. I came back without seeing the supercomputer. And I just that day I made a pledge. I want to work that supercomputer. Okay? I want to work that supercomputer. Then I have checked regularly the advertisement, and I've seen that advertisement came, and I have given a written test and examination, and I got selected, and vigorously I tried to go that side. Just I tried, and I got the as a scientist post there, order came. Then I really very happy. Then I visited to that campus, and security told, So 2-3 months before you came, I told you not to come because a lot of sir, I'm having a pass now. So I got the iCard to go enter the supercomputer. So he also very much happy. Sir, please go inside. So that's why whosoever is having in the computer science field or any field, so if they are having some burning issue, burning in their heart, so okay, I want to be that position. So definitely you will reach. So that's why for the past first 20 minutes I spoke about supercomputer. Why? Because you should be encouraged. This type of technology is there in India. You should visit. You should physically you can see. Okay. So now I will take another 5 minutes for your questions. Any questions, please you can ask in Tamil or English or Hindi or Telugu, anything. I can answer. Any question, please? Anything? Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Don't hesitate. I have given my email ID in the first presentation, first slide. So you do write my any queries or any doubts, any help, even projects or any type of suggestions or anything. I will try to explain you, and I will give you reply. Definitely, I will give reply. Just you mention you are from Krishna. You are from Krishna Arts. Okay? Definitely, I will help. Thank you. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir, for flashing us with the knowledge of incredible supercomputer.
Yes, sir.
Today, we had various papers, out of which 3 papers have been selected for the Best Paper Award from Computer Science, Bioscience, and Psychology domains. I now request CEO Sir to present the Best Paper Award.
I would like to call Mayilsamy R, research scholar from Sri Ramakrishna Mission Vidyalaya College, to receive the Best Paper Award under the title Smart Agriculture Using Cognitive Finite. Mayilsamy R, research scholar from Sri Ramakrishna Mission Vidyalaya under the title Smart Agriculture Using the Cognitive Finite. I would like to invite Sindhuja G, Department of Bioinformatics from Bath University, to receive the Best Paper Award under the Bioscience domain for the paper Unraveling the Regulatory Networks in Cumulus Cells of PCOS Women, Meta-Analysis for Identifying Potential Biomarkers. Sindhuja G, Department of Bioinformatics from Bath University, is receiving the Best Paper Award. I would like to call Magita N, Mushab Abdullah A, Samyukta R, Department of Psychology from Sri Krishna Arts and Science College, to receive the Best Paper Award in the Psychology domain under the title Exploring the Influence of Time Perspective and Procrastination of Marital Satisfaction in Married Couple. I would like to invite Magita N, Mushab Abdullah A, Samyukta R from the Department of Psychology, Sri Krishna Arts and Science College, to receive the Best Paper Award. Thank you, dignitaries.
As we draw close to the end of this remarkable event, it is my privilege to invite Dr. B. Radha Ma'am, the esteemed head of data science, to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks.
Showing gratitude is one of the simplest yet most powerful things human can do for each other. Good evening to one and all present here. Our honorable guest, Dr. Balakrishnan Adiyaman, respected Managing Trustee, Srimati S. Malarvili Ma'am, our beloved Trustee, Shri K. Aditya Sir, our CEO, Dr. K. Sundaraman Sir, our Principal, Dr. R. Jagajeevan Sir, my dear Deans, heads and faculty members, our most valued invited guests, participants and student friends. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Dr. B. Radha, on behalf of Sri Krishna Arts and Science College, extend a very heartfelt gratitude to all speakers for gracing your important work and sharing with us your findings today. I just mention our deep sense of appreciation for Dr. Balakrishnan Adiyaman Sir for sharing with us his knowledge and experience. We are all inspired by your great words, sir. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our guest invitees who have came from different destinations for their support and cooperation. I express my sincere gratitude to our management, our CEO, sir, for the support, stewardship, vision, and guidance. Thank you, sir. I would like to register my sincere thanks to our respected principal for being the catalyst that stimulated us to do our best and standing as pillar of strength. Thank you, sir. To speak gratitude is courteous and pleasant to enact. Gratitude is generous and noble, but to live, gratitude is touched to heaven. I would like to thank our Dean, Dr. K.S. Jean Marshallin, ma'am, for her constant support, which has lightened up the spark within us. Thank you, ma'am. I owe special thanks to all heads, faculty members, and students from computer science stream, bioscience, ECS, and psychology for their involvement and contribution. I owe special thanks to the press and photography for their support. Once again, I thank you one and all.
Promising a richer experience and even more enlightening interactions, we look forward to coming together again. Until then, embrace learning, nurture your curiosity, and always strive to be the best version of yourself. Thank you for being a receptive audience. Wishing you a day filled with knowledge, success, and countless positive moments.
As we have come to the formal closure of the 12th International Conference on Cognitive Computing, a Disruptive Technology, I request you all to raise up for the national anthem. Thank you.